So, good morning, everyone. Welcome back to day two of the National Black Parenting Conference. Yesterday, we had an incredible start with a powerful keynote from Dr. Meredith Anderson from the United Negro College Fund, discussing the vital role of Black parents and how we advocate for our children's education. Today, we continue this momentum with inspiring panels, engaging workshops, and expert insights. I hope you're feeling energized this morning and ready for an incredible day of learning and connection. Today, we have a powerful discussion lined up that will dive deep into the realities of parenting, advocacy, and self care in our communities. Now, for those of you who were here yesterday, you already know I dropped something big. But if you missed it, don't worry because I'm too excited not to share it again. And I'm proud to introduce the Black Parenting Academy. And it's more than just a resource, it's a movement. And it's a space that we created for us by us, Black parents, so we can access expert led masterclasses, real parenting strategies, and a community that truly understands our journey. It's the village that we all need. So I want to share the website with you again. Let me pull it up. So this is the Black Parenting Academy. As you can see, it talks about how we need to parent our Black children like never before. And these are some of the types of courses that we will have for children under 6 is master classes. Parents of school-age children from 7 to 12, teenagers, and God knows we always need help with teenagers, right? 13, 18, single parents, and special needs. So we're going to have all these wonderful master classes for parents, and we have a waiting list right now. So what I want you to do is go to blackparentingacademy.com, and we'll put the link over in the chat. Join the waiting list if you're interested. So do that right now. And Aluchi is going to put the link for you right there. And that way you can receive further notifications and updates on the program later this month. It launches in the spring. So I hope you guys all join and you all get to see it up close and personal. So please go to the webpage when you get a chance. We're going to jump right into this because our magazine, Successful Black Parenting, is building spaces for us to empower, to uplift, to connect with one another as we navigate this beautiful yet sometimes challenging journey of parenting Black children in today's world. I want you to get ready to take notes, ask questions, and engage with our speakers and panelists. Our first panel is Self-Care Isn't Selfish, Empowering Black Moms to Thrive. We'll explore ways for mothers to prioritize their well-being without guilt. So I encourage you to be fully present, take notes, write down those aha moments, and mostly prepare your questions for the end. Each panel will leave time for a few audience questions. So if something sparks your curiosity or you want deeper insight, this is your chance to engage with our experts directly. We have an incredible lineup of hosts and experts ready to share their wisdom. So we're going to jump right in. Now, to kick things off, I'm going to give each of the panelists 1 minute to introduce themselves. Can we spotlight all of the panelists for this particular panel? Let me see. I'll name them all. Yes, we have Dominique Clifton. Let me make sure I have everybody here. There we go. And we have Dr. Marie Stamps. Thank you. Yes, we have Esther Dillard. Get everybody up here, guys. Make sure everybody's here. And hold on, I lost my Zoom. Give me a sec. And we have Dee Dee Cummings there. How are you guys? Are we missing one person? Let me make sure. Make sure we have everyone. Okay. Yes, I think everybody except for Brandy. Is Brandy Barnett here? If you are, raise your hand so we can bring you to the front. Okay. We're going to get started. Anyway, let's get moving. She jumps in. We'll go from there. So let me give each panelist 1 minute to introduce yourselves. They bring a wealth of knowledge and experience. And while we won't go into the full bios here, you can find all of their impressive backgrounds on the National Black Parenting Conference website. So let's start with Dominique Clifton. Can you introduce yourself?
Yes, thank you, Janice. Good morning, everyone. I am Dominique Clifton, and I'm a clarity coach and a business strategist, and I support women entrepreneurs and women nonprofit founders with launching their businesses or organizations or growing and scaling and expanding those organizations if they are already in existence. And outside of that, I'm also the founder of an organization called Move and Still, and we offer stress management, mindfulness, and well-being services to employees and to community-centered organizations to uplift and empower their teams and communities. And so, in this space today, I'm coming with my wellness lens on versus my business lens, and I'll be representing my work as a somatic practitioner. So I'm certified in yoga, breathwork, meditation, and sound healing. And I'm really passionate about stress management and educating people about the body. And so I'm really grateful to be here today.
Thank you. And I could use some of that stress management and breath work too. All right. How about Dr. Marie Stamps? Can you introduce yourself?
Hello, good morning, everyone. As Janice had said, the fact that you're here means that you're a committed Black parent. So I'm just happy to share this space. We need more of these spaces. Thank you so much for putting it together. I'm an educator, a professor, a parent coach, an adjunct. So I do a lot of work in the space of education, but my focus is always on Black families. So I'm here just to share some of the insight that I have gained as a parent, as well as working with other parents. And I am just thrilled to be in a space with such brilliance. So, good morning.
Good morning. Okay. And we have Esther Dillard. Can you introduce yourself, Esther?
Sure. My name is Esther Dillard. I'm a reporter and anchor from the Black Information Network. I am a 2024 Gracie Award winner for my series that I did on called Black, Autistic, and Safe. And it was basically talking to a lot of different parents about their experience with helping their children if they were to encounter the police encounters. And it's a lot different for Black children that are on the autism spectrum, a lot different for Black parents who have this are encountering this issue. And so that those conversations then spawned into a book where I talked to a lot of parents about just their journey and how they handle their children growing up, because a lot of people focus on kids when they're little, but they don't talk about the adults and that whole experience. So that's where I'm coming. My experience is coming from as a mom of a young teenager who is also on the autism spectrum, and I'm here to hopefully impart some of my journalistic information that I've gathered from different parents, as well as my own experience, because I think all of our experiences are so important because a lot of times we downplay it and we don't lay credence to it as being very important for other people to hear, because what your story is different than my story, and we all can help each other. So I hope that I'm here that I can help other people with my story and other people's stories.
Fantastic. And we also have Katrina Hayes. I'm sorry to mean to leave you out of the introduction, but can you introduce yourself, Katrina?
Sure. Good morning and happy Black History Month. I'm Katrina Hayes, autism advocate, coach, speaker, and a mental health first aid instructor under the National Council for Mental Wellbeing. Thank you for having me.
Well, thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Okay, so we're going to get started with the first question. And this is going to be for each of you, and we'll go from there. So we're going to we're going to go backwards this time. I'm start with Katrina. And we're trying to get Dee Dee in here. I know she's working on you, Dee Dee. I'm sorry. I'm
Oh,
not,
I'm
I have no
I'm
idea.
on.
There. Can you? Okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Let me have you introduce yourself before we get started then.
Yeah, I'm on. I apologize. I couldn't get my background to work.
No worries.
Kentucky, I'm in Kentucky and we're in a weird situation right now. Maybe some of you all are too, but a lot of stuff here is closed down because of flu and COVID. So
Oh, wow.
yeah, I'm using my phone at home instead of my computer at my office. And I did not realize that it was not possible to add a backdrop from your phone. But
Mm.
yeah, many school districts here in Kentucky are closed down. And I just want to take this opportunity. I know I'm supposed to be introducing myself, but I want to take this opportunity to thank Janice for putting something like this together because our current political climate, it's going to be harder and harder for us to get the information that we need. So we will need communities like this. And I'm so grateful, Janice, that you have this parenting academy, and I'm going to spread it to everyone here in my hometown of Louisville, Kentucky. To make sure that people know that this is available, because this is the only way we're going to get out of this mess is by working together in parenting communities so that we can teach our children how serious this is. My name's Dee Dee Cummings. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I am a therapist, an author, and an attorney from Louisville, Kentucky. Louisville is still reeling, still to this day, from the death of Breonna Taylor. We are still here protesting and fighting and calling attention to her murder. Opportunities like this to connect with Black parents, Black moms especially, are sacred to me. So thank you again for having me today.
No, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. I think we lost Katrina. We can bring her back in. We're also waiting for Brandy Barrett. If you are here, Brandy, raise your hand so we can bring you to the front, because as we get more people, it's going to be harder to find you guys. All right. So hang in there. We'll figure that out. But for now, we're going to start, and I'm going to start with Dee Dee, since you're there, and you're the last one to introduce yourself. Define self-care and what it means to you as a mom.
Well, I love this question because I think because of social media, we hear self-care, self-care, self-care all the time. But when I talk with moms as a therapist, I realize that we don't really know what self-care is. And self-care is different for everyone. I love to take hot baths. That is self-care for me, but a lot of people don't like to take hot baths. It's just not their thing. So you have to find what works for you. And what I find is that we are so busy, and that's all by design. That is all by design. We are so busy that we can't get to our dreams, and we can't get the tools that we need and the time we need to take care of ourselves. So I encourage you to journal and make a list. And it's really, you can get together with girlfriends and do this, but you can make a box where you put all your self-care techniques and tools in the box. You can have a jar where you pull out different ideas for self-care, just depending on, if you want to be spontaneous. But you have to collect your own toolbox of self-care techniques and activities and figure out what works for you. And then you have to be very intentional about making those work. So examples of self-care can be as simple as taking a break during the middle of the day, walking outside and putting your face in the sun and feeling that warmth. It's like a hug from the universe, feeling that warmth on your skin. Another example of self-care can be giving your children a bowl of macaroni and cheese and some arts and crafts and telling them, mommy needs time. Don't come to mommy when mommy takes her time. When she's done, she will come back to you. So there are lots of examples of things that you can do for self-care. Honestly, me doing this conference today is a form of self-care because it is empowering, and it's very filling for me to be here and to see all of you on here caring about Black parenting. So I challenge you to explore what self-care is and what it means for you, and then to make it a practice, just like you would exercise every day. Do something for your self-care every day.
All right, fantastic. I'm going to have Katrina go next.
Okay. So what is self-care? When I think of self-care, self-care is basically giving yourself the care that you need, whether that is setting boundaries, whether that is taking time out for yourself, whether that's meditating, and it's that self-care which leads to self-love. And in turn, as a natural consequence, when you are loving yourself, you just have that courage to speak up more, to power your voice, to be more resilient. So self-care, self-love, empowering your voice goes hand in hand. Um, they're linked in a way that allows you to present your full self in a level-headed way, because that's definitely what we need in the world today.
All right, fantastic. Esther, you're here with us, so go ahead. Tell us what you think of what self-care is.
Well, for me, self-care is a lot of what everybody else has been talking about in terms of taking the time for yourself. And for me, meditation. Meditation is a big thing for me. I love to do something at least in the morning and once in the evening. And that may be just 5 to 10 minutes of just quiet and being able to focus on my breath. Now, other people, meditation is a different thing. Some meditation is walking, taking a walk. Some meditation is listening to music and jamming out and being able to move your body. Lot of different ways people do meditation. So I wouldn't say meditation is always woosah. It's a different way of doing things. So it's being able to take some time for yourself and give yourself some love. One thing that I did notice about Miss Hayes when she said something about boundaries. This is something that I talk to a lot of parents about, that especially kids with that are on the autism spectrum, being able to set those boundaries even with family. Sometimes individuals think that they have all the answers for you on how you should raise your child and how you should do things for your kid. And being able to set those boundaries and saying, maybe I want to step back from this situation so then I can keep myself safe and I could keep my child safe is an important thing. So that is definitely self-care. Spoke to one woman who has a child on the autism spectrum. He's now an adult. And she said when he was growing up, a lot of times they would go over her in-laws' house, and they had things in which they told them, "Don't do this with my son because this causes this, or this will cause him to react this way," and they would continue to do it. They didn't want to adhere to their rules that they dealt with their child. So setting those boundaries for her, she had to pull back, and they didn't go over their house as much. But and she told me that that is the way that she instilled self-care, at least for her household, so that everything could be at peace. So it's finding a way of peace, finding a way of personal peace for yourself. I think that that's what self-care is. Everybody defines it differently, but that's what I found.
Absolutely. And sometimes boundaries are things that you have to be put in place that your family's not going to like, so I appreciate that for sure. The next question is, how can Black mothers break free from that strong Black woman expectation and embrace how the idea of self-care evolved for Black women over generations? And then let's go into why that's so crucial right now. And I'm going to start probably with, let's go with Esther. We're going to go back the other way.
Well, I would say there's a number of women who have been putting out books talking about the cape. We all have our cape as being super mom and super Black mom, and you find that mantle becomes a lot heavier over time because you're taking on everyone else's problems and you're trying to be the savior for everyone. And many women are advocating for women to take that cape off and give yourself a break because you aren't supposed to be saving everyone. Your first priority, although it may seem selfish, really is yourself. Because if you do not take care of yourself and put the oxygen on mask on yourself, like they say when you get on that plane, they say make sure that if there's an emergency that you put the oxygen mask on yourself first, and then put the oxygen mask on your child or whoever it is that is your dependent. Because if you're not alive, then other people aren't going to be alive. So I would suggest that the cape, us being the super mom, we have to kind of step back from that and learn how to give space for other people to step forward, other people to take care of themselves, because Although we are definitely a community in helping each other, we cannot help everyone.
Absolutely. And I'm going to repeat the question because it's a long question. Dominique, I'm going to come to you next. How can Black mothers break free from that strong Black woman expectation and embrace how the idea of self-care evolved for Black women over generations? And why is that so crucial right now?
Yeah, I love this question. When I think about self-care, I think about how as an adult I had to it's been a learning process for me. Like I never grew up in a household where I saw my mom prioritizing herself in this way. It's still something that she's actively learning now as an older adult. It wasn't something that I experienced, really any of the Black women around me doing when I was growing up. And so I really had to, as an adult and as a mom, right, figure out what it looks like for me to prioritize self-care. But it's important for me because I'm raising little Black girls, right? And I did not see this when I was a child. And so for me, I feel like similar to what Esther said, as Black women, we've learned that we have to take care of everyone else and we have to be nurturers. And it's an unlearning process. I think a lot of times we struggle with self-care because we feel guilty, right? We feel like we're gonna there's shame around taking time for ourselves. And I think for all of us here, we have to hold one another accountable as Black women to say, no, like you have to flip the script and put yourself first, right? Like you are your greatest priority. And if you are not who you need to be, then you can't show up for the people in your life. And I will say, as Black women, I wrote a book called Hold Space to Heal. And I wrote a note specifically to Black women in the book talking about how, we have a higher prevalence of mental health conditions and heart disease and cancers and strokes and, maternal morbidity and obesity and all of these things. Like when you look at medical records, Black women are leading in a lot of things and not in a great way. And the number one cause of death for Black women is heart disease. Like we are literally dying from wounded and broken hearts. And so we have to recognize that you're never going to have all the time, right? Your schedule's always going to be busy. But when you take care of and prioritize yourself first, you have a greater capacity to show up for the other things in your life. You're a better mom, you're a better partner, you're a better colleague, you're a better friend. And so we have to recognize that like the world is moving fast and there's never going to be anyone that is, as a Black woman, there's always going to be things. There's always going to be things that we are up against. We are naturally people who put on capes and want to care for and take care of everyone. But we have to recognize that, again, we are our best selves and we are modeling to our children and future generations what it looks like for Black women to prioritize ourselves.
That's a fantastic answer. And thank you for that and mentioning your book because that's something we're going to want to check out. You guys, I'll give you a chance to put that information also in our email that we send out. So make sure you provide that for us. Okay, and I'll go to Katrina next. How can Black mothers break free from the strong Black woman expectation and embrace how the idea of self-care evolved for Black women over generations? And why is it so crucial right now?
When I hear that, I think of the word acceptance. Know that both your strength and your softness is a blessing. Your strength helps you handle things. Your strength helps you get things done. Your softness allows you to sit in your femininity, just relax and just be. Often when we are judging ourselves, excuse me, or taking on the perceptions of others, we become disconnected from ourselves. So I would say, know that we have the capacity. Be thankful for the capacity of both, but have the wisdom and the smartness to know that we deserve our own love and that we deserve to take a break and that we need to do things that fuel us. A lot of times we do things that don't fuel us. A lot of times we pick up the phone for girlfriends who just dump on us. A lot of times we just go to an event because a family member invited us, not because it fuels us, not because we want to go, but out of obligation. So if we shift our thinking to accepting ourselves in our fullness, and we operate in our values, things will be a lot different, and we won't have that burden of, well, this is what I gotta do. it comes from a different it comes from a different energy and mind space.
I love that answer. I love the fact that we can be strong and soft at the same time. We think we have to be either or, right? And putting the boundaries in, and we don't always have to go to these events. I'm such a homebody, so I actually relate to that, and I almost got a T-shirt, passive aggressive T-shirt that said, "I'm sorry, I'm late. I didn't want to be here." So I understand, and now I say no more often than not. But let me go on to Dee Dee, and let's talk to you. And the next same question is, how can Black mothers break free from the strong Black woman expectation and embrace how the idea of self-care evolved for Black women over generations? And why is it so crucial right now?
I'm going to answer the part about why it's so crucial right now. Malcolm X said there's no one in America more disrespected than the Black woman. And we have just seen a full display of that in the presidential election with someone who was clearly more qualified, Kamala Harris, and more caring and more dedicated to making America a place that's safe for all of us. And I don't have to go into detail about the disrespect she faced and still faces. She kind of is a mirror for all of us. A painful reminder that, we can be 3 times better and still not always receive the outcome, not only that we want, but that we deserve. As a therapist, I talk to women all the time who don't know that they can put boundaries in place. I talked to a very young college student who had a man, her age, not a grown man, but they're both college students, knocking on her door, and she didn't know that she didn't have to answer it. She thought if somebody knocked at the door, she's supposed to answer it. And she was like, this guy's getting on my nerves. I don't want him to come around. And I said, why do you keep answering the door? On the other spectrum, and she didn't know. She didn't know she did not have to answer the door, that she can be busy behind her own door and not answer it. On the other side of that spectrum, I talk to 40, 50, and 60-year-old women all the time whose sisters, birth sisters, biological sisters are calling them, and adopted or play sisters are calling them, and they feel like they have to be there for everybody. And they'll tell me they're driving me crazy. And I say, why are you answering the phone? And it's like, we don't know. We don't have to be there for everybody. It's more important than ever because our minds are under attack. We are getting messages from everywhere that are painful. And I love what Katrina said about the need to fuel ourselves. We have a hope tank and a self-love tank and a self-care tank. And if you are not intentionally fueling, I'm using Katrina's word, if you are not intentionally fueling those tanks, you are not going to have anything left in the tank to give anyone else. That's the justification for not answering the phone. You deserve time off. Take it.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now I'm going to split up some of these questions and go around again, but different questions this time just for the sake of time. But because Dominique, you mentioned this, I want to ask you, how can Black moms challenge stigmas around seeking therapy and mental health support?
Janice, can you repeat the question one more time? I apologize.
Sure. Because we have the stigma, or we had the stigma, I see it's starting to evolve now in our community about mental health and therapy. How can Black moms challenge that stigma around seeking therapy and mental health support?
Yeah, I think spaces like this are extremely important. I think we've come a long way, as a community, but there's still a lot of growth for us, right? There's still a lot of opportunity, but I believe that the more we have these sorts of conversations, the more we let people know that, all of us are having a hard time and trying to figure things out in some way or another. We're all struggling with something. And so open conversations becomes really important, whether it's, panels like this, virtually or in person, whether you're talking to girlfriends, talking to family members. And you also have to, I think, as Black women, when you think about, mental health, you have to make sure that you are surrounding yourself with people who are going to hold you accountable for prioritizing yourself. And so I have friends around me where when I'm having a hard time, they are, hey, maybe you need to seek out some additional support, or, maybe you need to take a moment to pause and care for yourself. And so I think a part of the dismantling some of the stigmas is having people around you who do value things like therapy and self-care and can, again, remind you when you need to prioritize and take care of yourself. But again, I keep bringing up this piece about unlearning. There's so much unlearning that has to happen, because for so long in our communities, if someone was struggling, right, we call them crazy or something is wrong with them. We talked about them behind their back. And so sometimes people don't want to come out and admit that they're struggling. And so making sure that you are unlearning anything that is no longer serving you. Like, we always feel like we have to carry everything. You get to put down any thoughts, habits, beliefs, behaviors, or patterns that don't serve you. And so if you grew up in a family where maybe mental health was something that was stigmatized, and you had that relative that people talked about behind their back because they were struggling, recognize that you get to surround yourself with people, right, and experiences and environments that support you and what you need. And so a lot of it too is, again, like going back and just releasing anything that doesn't serve you, and making sure that you're surrounding yourself by people who believe in mental health and seeking therapy and things of that nature, and who will hold you accountable to prioritizing yourself.
Fantastic answer. Thank you for that. I really appreciate that. I always struggle too, because, we're such into positivity these days that sometimes when you're not feeling so positive, it's hard to share that with other people because they don't want to hear it, because then they put their boundaries in where you're not going to bring me down. So that's the time when you need to seek someone else, like therapy, especially because there's so many people like, oh no, not being positive, that you kind of intrude and dump on them, right? So I love that answer. So therapy isn't bad. It's not the thing that in the past where we had to avoid because we had a stigma of being so-called crazy. So this next question is for Katrina, and I wanted to ask you, why do so many Black moms struggle with prioritizing self-care, and what do you think the biggest barriers are that they face?
I would say it's a mix. One, you have to feel like you deserve it. You have to feel worthy. And you have to, on the other end, you have to prioritize it. So self-care can be if you can take 3 minutes to yourself and just sit in silence. That has a really that simple act of putting in a pause in your day has a huge effect. It doesn't seem like it. Just 3 minutes a day. I have these tone therapy speakers, and you press the speaker, and it has this melodic sound for 3 minutes, and it just introduces that pause, because all day we're like, you have you seen that meme when that woman is just like going like this? And that's how we are all day long. And so if we just take the time, and it doesn't have to be a long time. You can just start off with a simple 3 minutes. That 3 minutes, it can be an extra 3 minutes sitting in your car before you get home, before you get inside the house, to listen to your favorite song. That 3 minutes can be just going to the grocery store. Go to the grocery store. Go to the flower section and just look around. Pay attention to what catches your eye. And just sit in that gauge. Just sit in that gaze for a couple of minutes. And you'll start to notice things. You'll start to interject that pause in your day. And that'll help you, that'll help build on that. So that self-care becomes a little bit easier. It is simply, we're dealing with too much that we don't care about. We're dealing with a lack of boundaries, and it's causing, and it's a detriment to us, and then that feeds into our parenting. So we have to be very clear. We have to feel that we are worthy. You are worthy of self-care. You are worthy of your own love. make it a priority.
No, absolutely. You absolutely do. When my kids were little, I had lavender everywhere. That was my self-care moment. Like it was, back then the plug-ins, it was the soap, it was the lotion, it was the body spray, anything I could get to relax me was my self-care. So I understand that. So let me go on with the next thing, which is we're going to ask Dee Dee, how do parents model self-care for their children in a way that teaches them that it's important?
Um, it's important to model self-care before you need the self-care. So a lot of times parents respond when kids, have a fit or throw a tantrum, and then they try to introduce things like breathing or even timeouts. It's funny. There's a quote that floats around on social media that says something like, all of the things that were punishments when I was a child are now things I crave as an adult, like timeouts. you know, as a child, you rebelled against timeouts, but as an adult, you're begging for timeouts. But teach your children how to take a timeout before they need the timeout. Take a timeout together. Teach your children how to breathe before they need the breath. Do it as a practice. When you're sitting around the dinner table having dinner, talk about self-care, even with the 6-year-old, because the earlier that you start talking to your child about self-care, the more natural it will be for them. It's not natural for us. It's something we have to work at. But we need to make it natural for them. We live in a culture that prioritizes work over everything. That's why we are so busy all the time. We have to apologize for taking a day off. And we need to teach our children that working hard is important. Working hard for yourself is even more important. But the real way that we are able to accomplish the things that we need to do in this life are by taking care of ourselves first. So do that together with your children as a model.
I love that. Do it before it's necessary. That is fantastic. And I'm thinking about, when my kids were little, and you got to be, I did this wrong. I admit that I was wrong. Like I made them meditate almost as a punishment so I can get a moment of quiet. We've got a car jump. Okay, everybody meditate right now. Meditate. We hate meditating,
Yeah.
Here back, right? So if you make it part
Yeah.
of a daily routine or something that you normally do, and definitely not as a punishment,
Yeah.
I love that idea.
And Janice, we all did it wrong.
Yeah.
That's why we need something like this today.
Absolutely. And we need to give ourselves grace for that, right?
Yeah.
So
right.
I appreciate you saying that too.
Yeah.
Let me ask Esther, you ready? We're going to say, okay, here's the question. What role does community, sisterhood, and friendships play in a mother's self-care journey?
It's community, it's connection. It's being able to share with one another and be authentic with each other without being judgmental. There's a thing that's on social media, let's what is it? We listen, but we don't judge.
Oh, I love that. Yes.
And especially in the communities that I frequent with Facebook, there's a lot of Black mom groups and Black autistic mom groups where they say, we listen and we don't judge. When you are able to listen to each other and not be judgmental, but hear them, it is so important. It makes you feel, not only when people are listening to you, you feel heard. And then when you're listening to other people, they feel heard. So it heals a lot of that, a lot of the things that you may be going through or dealing with. And I think that it kind of piggybacks on some of the things that everybody else has said with the other questions, where you're able to take a little bit from each person, whatever experience they have, and look at it, apply it to yourself, and where those things help you, you use that, and things that you share, and they can take and apply it to themselves as well. I think it's just being able to, it's it's connection. And that's what this is about too. That's why we're here is connection. And that connection is so important because especially in these times, everybody is going to need more connection in order to move forward in many, many different ways, whether that's the educational space, whether that's the job space, whether that's the emotional space, that everybody needs connection. And I encourage people to, reach out to groups that reflect some of the things that you're going through, whether that's parenting groups, whether that's people who are professional groups, because we all can help each other in many different ways.
That's a very good answer. And with the way things are going, and I see community moving forward, I see this movement on social media of that now we really all have to come together and support each other, everyone from professionals on down. With the economy, we don't know what to expect. So I see this gathering of our community coming together, and I think it's really important to support moms, support Black women as we see on social media a lot. It's really important. Dominique, I have a question for you. This is probably my last question before we open it up to the audience. So if you have a question, please drop it in the chat and we'll get to it and we'll talk about it before our session is over. But what advice do you have for moms struggling with burnout and feeling overwhelmed?
I always love talking about the body, and so I smile hearing your question. So we talked earlier about the importance of, releasing stigmas and seeking help, seeking therapy. After you asked that question and I went off mute, I was like, I didn't say anything about the fact that like we need to move our bodies as a part of the healing process. And so when it comes to stress, when it comes to burnout, talk therapy alone is not enough, right? Like having conversations alone is not enough. And so it is important for us to have these sort of spaces where we can come together and support one another and share and exchange best practices. But it's also extremely important for us to move our bodies. Physical movement is the most efficient way to release stress from the body. And so if you have a chance to dance with your children, to go for a walk, to swim, to do Zumba, whatever you feel called to do, as I believe it was Katrina earlier saying, like it's a practice, right? This whole self-care piece, moving our bodies have to be a part of that practice. It has to be something that we do consistently. And it's not for the physical benefits of, the vanity of looking good. It's recognizing that the mind and body are connected. And when we move our bodies, we help our mental health as well. And so bringing everything together, like find a community, one person or people, a sister or a community of sisters that can support you, uplift you, move with you so that you can release stress. And I think, as Black women, as moms, as parents, sometimes it's hard to find the time to do it. I involve my kids in the process, right? So we are moving together. And not only is that beneficial for their bodies and their mental health, because they go through things too, right? It's also me modeling to them and showing and exposing them to at a young age, this is what's important. And so we have to be moving our bodies. We have to be making this a priority. I always tell people, schedule it into your day the same way that you put everything else in your calendar. I'm sure for most of us, this was held on our calendars. Our kids' extracurricular activities are held. All of our work meetings are held. And so we have to keep that high level of regard with scheduling and prioritizing ourselves. And so put time on your calendar daily for these, moments of pause for 3 minutes that, some folks mentioned, or getting out to move your body. Put yourself in your calendar the way that you put everything else. And the last thing I'll say is like, this has to be ongoing. We live in a society that's very all or nothing, right? Go big or go home. And so we think, well, if I don't have a whole bunch of time, I can't do this thing. It's just as effective if you do it for 3 minutes or 5 minutes. What's important is the consistency of it, because every day we are experiencing stress and burnout, right? Like every day, whether we're having things happen to us, we're watching something or hearing something on the news, we are being exposed to, and we're under stress every single day. And so this can't just be a weekend thing, right? This can't just be your Saturday morning yoga class. This has to be every day that you are making time to prioritize yourself to release stress so that you don't get to the place of burnout. And again, physical movement is the number one way that you can do that. It's a daily reset button. When you move your body, you're hitting the reset button every day and giving yourself the emotional capacity to take on today's stress and today's experiences without bringing in baggage from yesterday or last week. You're muted, Janice.
I was just saying, let me unmute. All right, I 100% agree with that. And, even if you have to schedule it in your planner on your phone, that's what I do. And then if you take your lunch break part of that and take a walk at work, whatever you need to do. So I understand that is, and it definitely helps me. So thank you for that answer. Man, what an insightful discussion. And now we want to hear from you, the audience. We're opening the floor for a brief question and answer. We have 15 minutes for that. So if you have a question for our panelists, please drop it into the chat. And we just ask that you keep them concise so we can get to as many as possible. But I hope you all participate and ask a question. I see one already, Dr. Marie Stamps. And you can raise your hand to whoever wants to answer this first, and then we'll go from there. She said, well, let's start with Katrina, actually, because she mentions her. Katrina mentioned the importance of prioritizing self-love. Can the panelists talk a little about the importance of discovering passions as part of self-love and self-care?
Sure. Discovering passions. That all feeds into what fuels me, what makes me smile, what brings me alive, what would I do if I didn't get paid for? All those things has a way of moving you without force. And as I don't remember who said it, but it'll help you, it'll help, it'll help you make self-love and self-care natural. Um, when you do things that feed you, when you participate in hobbies that light you up, when you join groups of women who, and they say when you're in the right spaces, iron sharpens iron. It just has a way of inciting you. It has a way of moving you naturally, so things are not as forced. And so finding finding your passions will guide you in a way um, that helps you deal with those challenges in life.
No, that's a very good answer. Very good answer. Thank you. And Dominique, you had your hand up.
Yes, I was going to add something to what Katrina just shared. So two things come to mind when I see this question. Whenever I facilitate and, offer any sort of mindfulness practices, stress management practices, the one thing I always say is that approach this whole idea of self-care with a level of allowing yourself to be curious and allowing yourself to explore. And thinking about, again, unlearning and shifting our mindsets. Oftentimes when we think about self-care, right, we think we hear the word like you got to find things to put into your toolbox. But when we think about tools, we think about fixing, we think about work. It's another thing on our to-do list. And so when you approach it from that, that lens, that angle, it's like, oh, this is something that I have to do. However, when you allow yourself to be curious and approach this more playfully, I actually invite people to think about what can I add to my toy box, right? When you think about children and toy boxes, it's fun, it's exploration, it allows you to tap into your imagination. And now it becomes, I get to do this thing, right? Like I get to take care of myself in this fun way or this luxurious way. I get to prioritize myself in this way. And so the first thing is think about when it comes to self-care, self-love, think about it as, again, what do I get to do? What do I want to do? What do I feel like I need to do right now? And let yourself have fun with this and not just have it be another activity on your checklist or your to-do list that you have to check off. And then the last thing I'll say is someone offered me this when I was really struggling with, just sometimes I can get into zones where I'm head down, I'm working, I'm focusing on a goal, and I don't come up for air as much as I need to, even with knowing all of this and having the knowledge and the resources. And my friend said, make a list of all the things that you enjoyed doing as an elementary school kid, right? What did you enjoy doing when you were in middle school? What were the things that you enjoyed doing in high school? Like she made me go back to all these different points in my lives and to revisit parts of myself and the things that were fun for me. What were the things that I was passionate about? I love roller skating in middle school, right? So for me, that's a part of my self-care practice. And so again, when you're thinking about this, it's not just bubble baths and brunch with your girls when we're talking about self-care. We are talking about what are the things that used to light me up that maybe I've gotten away from that I can allow myself to give myself permission to go back and explore as I build my toy box. And so think about this with an energy of fun and like like something that is, you know, it's a luxury. It's something that you get to do. It's not a task that you just have to cross off of your list.
And I just want to insert here, because it's right on point, that I just released a book in the fall called How to Dream, where I talk directly about this, about not only what passion is, but why it's important, and that dreams are the reason why we are here. When you find out the reason why you're here and you fill yourself up with that hope and that bountiful force of everything that is your power, nothing can stop you. And you'll be encouraged to keep pouring into yourself. And that's the real self-care.
I just wanted to add something that I love all the answers here, but I think that sometimes people think that passion has to be one specific thing. Like you have to focus in, Dominique was saying, it's your whatever that your career is. And sometimes my passion, I'll pour it into for the day. I'm like, I want to make dinner. I usually try to do my dinners on Sundays and try to make it, and I'll try to make it fun. And even though it's a task that you got to get done throughout, so that I can have throughout the week, I'm not struggling to make dinner every day and do my work and everything else. So I try and do it all on one day. But that one day that I do it, I try to make it fun and I try to make it interesting for myself and and every single time I do that, everybody in the house enjoys the food better because it has a lot more passion put into it. So it may be something very small. It may be part of your task that you have to do for the day. But if you try and make that fun and make it interesting, I think that's part of it. I think that we often have this mindset that it has to be something that makes money or it's going to fuel us for our career and move us forward. But what about just moves forward for the day or for the week? Those are the things that I think that some of our passions should be poured into because it's just part of life, I guess.
Right, right. Well, this is my passion. So, me being here today with you guys, we have another question from Danielle. She says, I am blessed that my passion and profession align. Can you talk about setting boundaries when the lines are blurred and I'm genuinely filled in my soul from the service I get to do through work? Can you talk about that? Setting boundaries when the lines are blurred. Especially, I relate to that when you have to work from home too, and you have to do your profession. So who wants to speak to that? Anyone want to talk about that?
I'll talk about.
Okay.
Sorry, I think I went. No, can you see me?
We can see you.
Okay, I turned the screen left, and sometimes that takes your camera off. This happens to us all the time. Assert the boundaries that you feel like your heart is calling you to assert, and everyone else will adjust. If your inner spirit is telling you, I need to not answer emails all day. I need to not to, you want me to have this report done, but you're calling me every 15 minutes. Feel free to send an email that says, or to talk directly and say, I'm working on something. I will not be able to answer my phone or respond to email for 3 hours or however much time you need. Part of the problem is we are afraid to have these conversations. Insert the boundary and people will adjust. And I know this is hard to hear, but if people don't adjust, you may need to look for a healthier environment. We cannot live the way we've currently been living.
Okay. No, that's a good answer. We do have time for one more question. I like this question a lot because how do we know? So Sherelle asked, she said the panel talked about burnout. What are some ways to identify that you are indeed operating in burnout?
I'll jump in here.
Okay.
The first thing I always say is to pay attention to how your body communicates with you. Our bodies are always communicating with us. The problem is that, as we've said, sometimes we're moving too fast and we're doing all the things and we miss it. And usually it starts out as just a whisper, right? When you're getting to that point where you need a break, it's just a little whisper. It's something gentle. It turns into a tap on the shoulder. It turns up until you feel like you get hit upside your head when you keep ignoring it. And so you have to think about all of us when we start to feel stressed and overwhelmed. That looks different for each of us. Some people, maybe it's tight and tense in their neck and their shoulders. Someone else might get a headache, right? Someone else gets fatigue. Someone else becomes, irritable. Like, it shows up differently for all of us. The problem is that a lot of us have disconnected from our bodies because of trauma, because we're always busy. So we don't make that time to reconnect to our body. So we miss a lot of the ways that our bodies are talking to us. So pay attention to the signs before you get to the place of burnout. By the time you get to burnout, you've missed a lot along the way. And now your body is forcing you to shut down and be still because it needs to rest, right? And restore itself. But what does it look like before you get to that point? That's what you want to start paying attention to. The goal is not to get to the place where you're burned out and all you have left is the Netflix binge on the couch because you've been going for a month and a half and not paying attention. You have to start recognizing, okay, when I start to get tired, right? I start to get irritable. When I start to get tired, I start to get a headache. Like, maybe I stop sleeping. And that's when you start to put those self-care practices into place so you don't get to the place of burnout. Burnout is a buildup. Burnout is a buildup of stress that has gone unresolved for a long time. And so it's not how do I feel when I'm in the space of burnout? It's how does my body communicate to me before I get to that place so that I can begin to pull myself back from that place more quickly. And so just remembering that it's unique and different for each of us. Connect with your body, maybe write a list of all the ways that you start to feel when you're feeling stressed and overwhelmed. And then think about practices that you can have in place consistently so that when your body communicates to you, you can pause and take a moment and to restore your nervous system.
Absolutely. And Esther, we have 2 minutes left. Go.
I'll try and make it short.
Okay.
I'll say, look at your triggers. For me, I'm a journalist and I have to look at news all day. But a lot of times I don't. I do a few things that will help me keep from being triggered by certain people that are on our wonderful political scene. If that person is speaking that triggers me, or if there's a story that is triggering me, I turn the sound down and I read the captions. Those captions help me be able to get the information I need without being triggered.
Okay.
Number two, if I have a news story that is making me, that is really difficult, I will try to get a summary. I'll read the summary as opposed to looking at the images and the sound, because those two things often, sound for me is something that will trigger me. So I will often not have the sound, but read the information. I still get the information I need and move forward. So those are two things that you can do that if you are triggered by the news, because we all want to stay informed, but often we do not want to cause ourselves any additional pain or suffering when it comes to getting our information. And that's all I'll ask.
That is fantastic information. And I'm going to try that because I'm one who's triggered by the news. Like I get bombarded all day a lot of times because I need to know what's going on in the world so I can speak to it and also write about it. So thank you for that. And I have the captions on all the time just so I don't miss anything, but I never thought to just turn the sound off and read the captions only. So I think that's great advice. And I just want to say for our parents, be careful what you're watching around your kids too, because if you're getting triggered, this can scare them. And our first job as a parent, besides basic needs, is to make our children feel safe. So if you're getting all this information and you're feeling some kind of way, they will be too. So be very careful about that. Otherwise, also having the captions on for them and their shows helps teach them reading and pre-reading skills. So keep those captions on for the kids for kids shows. All right, guys, we are done with this panel. I want to thank our panelists. Give them a hand. They were great. Give them a virtual applause, everyone. They were absolutely fantastic, and the answers were amazing. So I really appreciate you guys. We're going to move on. It is 10 a.m. And before we have a short break, I want to take a moment to recognize and hear from our amazing sponsors who have made this event possible. And first up, we have someone here from True Laundry today. Is it Rakeem or who's here? Bring them into the stage. Because True is a game changer in the Black-owned business realm. They offer eco-friendly, highly effective cleaning products that truly support our community. We're excited to have them here today. So guys, welcome them. They're a detergent.
They need to have their camera on.
Okay.
They need to have their cameras on.
Okay. True. You guys have to have your camera on so we can bring you into the Spotlight. Wait, I don't see Malik now. Did we lose him? I don't see them. It would be Malik. Oh, there we go. I see.
Malik is here.
I see it. Okay. And he is let me see if I can bring him. Okay, there we go. I got him there. All right, welcome. And I love how your detergent is halal too. So if you could touch on that in your speech, we have like about 2 minutes to go. Go for it, Malik. Wait, you're muted. Let's unmute you. Hold on a minute. Got to get you unmuted there. There you go.
Okay, it's halal because we don't use any pork enzyme in our detergent. And I also like to say that we've been in the research, we have a new product that's coming out in June of 2025. It's a laundry sheet. It's a true laundry sheet.
Ooh.
So all you have to do is just drop this in your laundry detergent and it'll do 1 load of clothes.
That's fantastic. Tell them what other products you have too, because I think that's important.
And we also have, this is our first product. It's called True Laundry Detergent Heavy Duty 101 ounce. And we've been using this. We've been making this for like 13 years now. And it's a money back guaranteed product. And also we have a one for sensitive skin, recommended by dermatologists, free of dye, free of fragrance for sensitive skins. We also have a vegan fabric softener. This is a vegan fabric softener. And you can buy it at thetrueproducts.com. Thetrueproducts.com. And also we have a true biodegradable dryer sheet.
All right. No, that's fantastic. And guys, it smells so good. Like I have it in my laundry room. My family now buys it. This is the only detergent I'll buy because, those other detergents don't support us, but we want to make sure we support them. So I appreciate you, Malik. Thank you.
And also, Janice, I like to tell everyone if they like to get some free samples, all they have to do is email us at 1-877-520-8783 at gmail.com. Give us your name and address, and we'll send you free samples.
Say it again.
877, just 877 520-8783 at gmail.com.
Okay, at Gmail. I'm gonna put it up on the screen too.
And if you can mention that you heard it from the Black Parenting Conference, that will be outstanding so that Malik can give you that extra care.
Yes.
Okay, then that's fantastic. I appreciate that. Okay, Michelle's already on it. Thank you, Michelle. I was just want to post it too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, now we have Pop Stars popcorn. Let me make sure you are ready to go. Can we bring them in? Pop Stars popcorn. Okay, let me make sure you're a co-host. You are. Hold on, I can do this here. Okay, got it. Hey, welcome. So let me just introduce you because our next sponsor is a Black-owned gourmet popcorn brand. Bring us all the flavor, whether you love sweet, savory, spicy. They have something for you. So join me in welcoming them. We can give them an applause because they helped make this happen. And you guys can share a few words.
Awesome. So we are Derek and Tavia Jackson, and we represent Pop Stars Popcorn. We offer 200 flavors of gourmet popcorn. Everything from cookies and cream, Tavia's holding Butterfinger right there. We've got Afro Circus, which is going to be like Skittles. We've got some of your savory flavors, Nashville hot chicken, dill pickle, cheddar jalapeno. It goes on and on and on. We support and partner with the Carolina Panthers, the Charlotte Football Club. We do events with NASCAR and lots of corporate organization events. And so we're looking forward to helping you with those. Our website's going to be popstarspopcorn.com. popstarspopcorn.com. We are Black-owned, women-owned, and veteran-owned. And you'll hear from her now, Miss Tavia Jackson.
Hello, everybody. I'm Tavia Jackson, also known as Tavia Jax, and we are so excited to tell you guys about Pop Stars Popcorn. We have so many flavors from, like he mentioned, pretty much everything. Hot Cheetos, Buffalo Ranch. We even have vegan white cheddar. So if you're strictly vegan, we have things for that as well. So definitely, we would love to support you guys. We do fundraisers, birthday parties, retirement parties, corporate events, all the things. So thank you all so much, Janice. Thank you to this amazing organization. And we are parents of three, a high schooler, a middle schooler, and one in daycare. So thanks so much, Janice.
I absolutely love the fact that you can do fundraisers too. So guys, keep them in mind for all of that. Let's show both of our incredible sponsors some love with some applause and hands up. Be sure to check out their products. We have the links in the chat. So check that out and support their business and spread the word. I appreciate
I
you
believe,
guys so much.
Janice, you're going to do a giveaway today. Someone's going to win
Yes.
some popcorn. So
I'm about to say that. So we're going to go to a break in a few minutes, but when we get back, you guys do not want to miss this. We're giving away some free popcorn to in a contest that I'll be hosting right after our next panel. Let me see what time it will start exactly. We're going to do that at let's see. Hold on. I think it's around 11:15. Let me look, make sure, or it's right before lunch. I don't want to mess it up. Okay, right before lunch, I believe. Yeah. So, but either way, you guys are going to be involved in this contest. So hang in there and make sure you stay with us. Okay. Thank you so much, guys, for joining us. So our next panel will start at exactly 10:15. So we have 8 minutes. So if you need to turn your camera off for a minute, turn it off, but don't go away. Make sure you come back because the next panel is Raising Black Children to Thrive in an Unjust World. So stay with us, 10:15. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I hope you're feeling inspired and ready to dive into our next powerful discussion. This next panel, Raising Black Children to Thrive in an Unjust World, is one of the most important conversations we can have as a parent, caregiver, and advocate. We are raising Black children not just to provide them with their basic needs, but to empower them, to affirm their identities, to equip them with the confidence and resilience they need to navigate the world. One of my sayings is to build your child up so that no one can break them down. And today, our esteemed panelists will share their insights and strategies and lived experience to help us raise strong, self-assured, and thriving Black children in a society that doesn't always set them up for success. As before, I encourage you to take notes and prepare your questions. There will be time at the end for questions and answers. So now let's welcome our panelists. We have Dr. Rihanna Elise Anderson, and I'll see if I can spotlight you really quickly. There we go. And Dr. Jacqueline Dujac. Welcome to the panel. You see.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. We got one more person. Let me see what happens here. I got you. Okay. Everyone's here. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. So now each of them will take a moment to introduce themselves. And remember, you can find their full bios on the National Black Parenting Conference website. So let's start with Dr. Jacqueline.
Good morning, everyone. I'm excited to be here with good friend Dr. Anderson and Janice. So I'm a pediatrician, been a pediatrician for over 20 years. I'm also a professor. I'm also a public health professional. I have a lot of titles. And then also I'm an entrepreneur. I have a business called What is Black, which is a multimedia platform that engages and works with Black families and children. And I also do some consulting on child health issues. So happy to be here.
Okay. Dr. Rihanna?
I'm just wondering if Dr. Jackie has a job that she'd like. Is there any other job that you want to sergeant to? Because listen, you do it all. It's really amazing. Hey, y'all. I am Dr. Rihanna Elise Anderson. I am an associate professor at Columbia University. I'm a licensed clinical psychologist and also community psychologist. I think of issues that impact Black youth mental health, like racism, and work on interventions to drop kick that effect. Like Dr. Jackie, I also wear a ton of hats. So I am the director of a parent-based intervention on racism. I've created a company called Race Space Incorporated, and we create technologies to work against the ills of racism. I'm also writing a book, and I just got done with yoga, so you're going to see me drinking this juice. It's green. There we go. Don't pass out, but super excited to be here.
Well, it's that type of conference. If you need to drink, eat, whatever you need to do, go ahead. We're going to have lunch on camera. So there we go. All right. So let's go with the first question we'll begin with. And it is basically, what does it truly mean for Black children to thrive? And how is that different from just surviving? I'm going to start with Dr. Rihanna.
Oh, it's such a good question. And especially with psychology, when we think about living, right? There is a continuum. So there's optimal living, like what's the best case scenario for the life that you want to live? And then there's compromised living. When you're feeling like the life is challenging, you're feeling like the world around you is not the world that you want to be in. So there's a whole range, a whole continuum. So when we think of just surviving, to me, that's somewhere in the middle or maybe even toward the lower end of functioning. We're not living the optimal, thriving life that we would want to live. And for Black children, to me, that's being able to wake up with energy, with joy, without thinking of all of the social struggles or ills that are around them, just being a child, just having the ability to get up and play and breathe and frolic and do whatever they want and not have everything put on them, ascribed to them because of their race or gender or religion. So what that looks like to me is just unencumbered freedom, joy, liberation, being able to be their true, authentic selves. And that's the world that I think Dr. Jackie and I are trying to build along with these fantastic colleagues. So that's an initial thought.
I love that thought because it's letting them be a child is very important. Dr. Jackie, what does it truly mean for Black children to thrive, and how is that different from just surviving?
Oh, I love, again, thank you for that very thoughtful question. And I love Dr. Anderson's response. You know, from a pediatric perspective, right, as a provider for children and families, you know, I also see like from that health spectrum. I mean, we have a lot of health disparities and more health inequities, right? Systems that have created disadvantages and unjust disadvantages that are preventable for many of our children and family based on structural racism. So I would love to see the eradication of structural racism to help children thrive. But I also see I want to see kids that have access to quality, culturally informed, family-centered healthcare without the burden of having caregivers having to choose between, do I pay the rent or do I pay for medication? Is there childcare? Is there a safe place for my child to live? Is there affordable housing for that safety? That's what I want to see in terms of thriving for children, because I think they can't thrive if they have to worry, right? And then yes, so those are my thoughts about what it looks like for thriving Black children.
Absolutely. I mentioned earlier in the first panel that, you know, our first job besides providing basic needs for our children is to make them feel safe. So they cannot thrive if they do not feel safe. So I appreciate your answer on that. So thriving doesn't always mean money. And I think you both made that very clear. A lot of times we hear thriving, we think abundance and we have all this money. And a lot of times that can actually backfire. You know, we want to give our kids everything that we didn't have if we had the means. And a lot of times what I've seen as they grow up, they feel more entitled and have a lot of expectations. I've seen that happen. So thriving doesn't always mean money. Have you seen it backfire? And I'll go with Dr. Rihanna. We'll just take turns.
I have to apologize. I was reading a fantastic chat that was a direct message to me. Can you just say that one more time? I'm so sorry.
Oh, sorry. No, I said thriving doesn't always mean money, right? It can, because a lot of times that can backfire. Like sometimes kids will grow up, and I've seen it time and time again, where they become entitled because we want to give them everything we didn't have, right? So thriving doesn't mean money. And if you could just touch on that a bit.
Yeah. It's interesting because you said the word abundance, right? And abundance is really in the mind. Like it's so few studies indicate that having more stuff makes us happier. It is, in fact, the opposite, as you're saying, like particularly now when you can get anything with the click of a button. And I don't want to be one of those curmudgeons. Like, I'm now 40 and I talk to kids and they're like, oh, please be quiet when you're saying this. But it's so true. When I had to balance a checkbook and I had to know I actually have this amount, I'm not just throwing it on a credit card. I have a debit card or I have cash, and I have to actually see what I can actually afford, what I can actually get. So many studies show that over time, when our houses are getting bigger, when our waistlines are getting bigger, when our belief on what we want is getting bigger and bigger and bigger, we are less and less happy. And so it's something about knowing this is what I actually have the capacity for, and yet I am still satisfied. So that abundance really is in the mind. It's a mindset of, I have my family, I have my friends, I have my health, I have this imaginary world that's in front of me that even though I can't access it, I know that my mind at least lets me get there. So I would totally agree that it's not resources, it's not finance, it's how we assist our children in that imagination, in that dreaming that I heard on the last panel.
Absolutely. Dr. Jackie, would you like to add to that? Anything?
Well, I mean, I think that's interesting, right? As a parent, like I knew I couldn't give my kids everything. I mean, I think there was a want to do that, right? But I think for me, what I look to do, if I didn't have the financial, that abundance mindset, looking to, like I may not have had opportunities to travel, right? And I don't think that's necessarily like, oh, giving them everything. But again, the traveling makes a difference, right? Even if because there are so many people that we probably know that live in cities that have never been to the next state. Or even if it's traveling, like I live in Maryland. I mean, we took our kids to Baltimore, for a little short vacation. So even just going on road trips, going to museums. So I think it's about like, again, reframing what that abundance means to us, right? Is it money? Is it clothes? Is it shoes? Yes, unfortunately, kids get picked on, right? If depending on what they wear, what they don't wear, wearing glasses. But I think trying to create that family experience, those family experiences, it's about quality, not quantity of time, because many of us, we're working a lot. So I think it's about, again, as Dr. Anderson said, it's about what the mindset is. And then just thinking about other ways. If you don't have the quote unquote, the financials, what other experiences can you provide that make kids feel whole, safe, as you said, Janice, and loved?
Right. Can I jump in, Janice, super quick on that? Because I'm a former teacher for K-5. And just to make it practical for anyone that wants to do a bit more of what Dr. Jackie was just saying, I would take my kids on trips, right? So we would make a passport. We would play a Parisian, album, and then I would find things on YouTube and take them to the Louvre. Like I would create these experiences that said, it is perhaps not possible because of our pocketbooks to do this, but I can still expose you to these things. And that allows their mind to go beyond exactly your point, Jackie. Like so many of my kids had never left the neighborhood, and I would take them 5 minutes away and they're like, where are we? Right. But you can expose them, especially now with VR and AI and the internet, like to so many things. So take advantage of free resources to supplement what you may not have in your bank account.
Well, that's a good segue to just say our next speaker will be talking about AI and virtual reality. So I'm glad you mentioned that. Okay, I'm going to get back on a little bit more track about the world, because when you think about the world that Black children are growing up in, what are your biggest concerns about their future? And I'll start with Dr. Jackie.
Oh man, I think the biggest concerns I have for them are, again, public health, pediatrician, are they going to be healthy? Are they going to be able to have affordable housing? Are they going to be able to have jobs that can sustain them, and they can find purpose in? Are they going to feel whole, right? In terms of, I mean, so I know we're going to talk about AI, social media later, but this idea of can we reimagine how we use some of these tools so that they're tools and our kids know that they're tools, but they're not everything, right? And I also would love them to learn how to communicate with each other, right? Because I think it's fine, when you text and stuff. I mean, because I have to text. Even sometimes in my own household, I'm texting my son upstairs, right? Because I just don't want to yell because like I've done that already. So that's what I'd like to see. I really want to see those are worries, but I also want to say that I think there's still hope, right? Because I think about, growing up in the 70s and 80s. I know, my parents immigrated here and they probably had an idea of what my life would have been like. And despite all the challenges, we made a way, right? And I think we have enough evidence to show based on our ancestors, even like 20, 30 years ago, that a way will be made, especially having places like this, platforms like this, and communities like this that you've provided, Janice. So I also have hope, even though there are lots of worries. As a mom, you worry. As a teacher, you worry. But I still maintain hope because I know how far we come. And again, we have this opportunity.
That's fantastic. Thank you for that. Dr. Rihanna, when you think of the world that Black children are growing up in, what are your biggest concerns about their future?
Yeah, I love both and. So I just really want to shout out Dr. Jackie for bringing it back for us, because the challenges are there and have been there. For me, because of what I study and because of my interest, what's happening with racism and the generations that are quote unquote further away from this thing that we think of as racist. Like, okay, slavery was the racist thing, but now what we're doing, that's not so racist. So the kids aren't growing up in a racist society. They're going to be fine. Like that's a belief system that pervades a lot of folks who are still perpetrating racist events and behaviors. So I'm nervous that what's happening for our young people right now is becoming whitewashed or so into the fabric of daily life that it is harder to name and to point out these are the racist things. And so that can be more challenging with policy or with education to say, here's the greater criteria of things that you need to watch out for. It's so ingrained in everything that's happening. But like Dr. Jackie, so convinced that there are ways that we can figure out and push back against what is trying to be normalized right now and is trying to be this dismemory, this intentional dismembering of our memory from what is true. That ain't gonna fly with the folks on this call. So they've got their hands full with us.
Oh, absolutely. And like you said, there is hope. So we see a lot of negativity on the television. A lot of people are feeling somewhat hopeless and some people even in despair. I think the hope lies in community again. We talked about that earlier, supporting each other, supporting our businesses so that we can thrive. Just on the side, one of the saddest things that I see working with a lot of Black businesses, whether they want to advertise with us or whatever, is to go back the next year and see they're out of business. Their website isn't working and they had a really good product. And so I think that support, the community support, not only for our children, but for everyone is going to be what gives us hope. It's just like coming back together like we did during the civil rights movement. I think that is where we're going to go. Dr. Jackie, you have your hand raised.
Oh, yes, thank you. I also just wanted to follow up. I mean, I know that there's this term called radical acceptance now. Well, maybe I don't know how new or old, right? But I think, I mean, I don't want to like again, be so like, oh, hope is gonna save us, right? Like you said, but I think it's for me, it's like accepting, like if until we accept what is, then we can't fight, right? And we can't get ready. It's that resting in acceptance, I guess, right? And then trying to then figure out, okay, and making plans, knowing what we're dealing with. Even if we don't know, like all this noise and static, we still know what the playbook is, right? So I think we accept it, it is what it is, and let's kind of move forward and, like you said, think about how we as community can come together.
No, absolutely. Thank you for that answer. What does an unjust world mean? That's the title of this panel. But what does that mean to you, and how have you personally experienced or witnessed injustice that affects how you parent? Dr. Jackie, can you keep going with that one?
Oh, yes. oh, well, oh man, I think the world has always been unjust, right? I don't think justice is promised. I think justice is an act, right? Just like love is an act. But for me personally, you know, I was already prepared, knowing I was going to have two Black boys, that there might be issues, and then making choices. And that wasn't until later on realizing, okay, you want to be in a quote unquote good community where your kids can go to a good school. But usually what that means is that you're probably in a predominantly white um, community, and what toll that took, right? And then it's like later on, studies come out about, okay, there's the stressors of being like only the few, right? Um, so that was unjust learning about that, right? Because I mean, I expected my kids to experience racism, but I didn't expect them to, I don't know, naively thinking, okay, it's 1990s, it's 2000s, right? Is anyone gonna call my kid the N-word? Am I gonna have issues where my kid is being threatened or being looked upon as threatened, or people in the hallways, saying negative, discriminatory, and then the school system at the time. And then you hear about my kids were just becoming teenagers, getting to high school when Trayvon Martin died. So there was a lot more conversation that I was like, okay, having those conversations. So then you start to realize how unjust, but also thinking back again in terms of historically, I feel like kids have always been the canaries in the coal mine for racism. If you think about the 60s, what Ruby Bridges, those four lovely girls who were murdered, and then so on and so on, even young adults, right? And that persists. And so to me, that's unjust. Like you said, going back to, if our kids can't be kids, it's adultification, our kids being looked at as older. Um, that's what's unjust to me. That I can't, there's not a time where I can't talk about racism with my kids, sometimes some of that was fear-based parenting, wanting them, okay, when you're with your friends, they're different. You got to let them know that there's certain things you can't do, and restricting them, but at the same time, also trying to give them freedom. So to me, that's what was unjust as a parent, to have to be fearful or provide some, and view this fear, but still trying to raise them confidently. Yeah.
And that's going to be my next question. So hold on to that for a minute. Dr. Anna, what does an unjust world mean to you, and how have you personally experienced or witnessed injustice that affects how you parent?
Yeah, so I'll start by always giving this disclaimer that I'm not a bio mom, so I'm a mom of the world. I have, clients and babies who I look after and try to support. So y'all are the real experts. I just come in with my little 2 cents and then back out. So I just want to always acknowledge that. That being said, I mentioned that I was writing a book, and one of the approaches that I'm taking to the book right now is looking at it from a generational lens. So I start with my great grandmother in 1799, and I work my way all the way forward. And the footprint right now is that I'm looking at historical events that have happened to Black children. So who my ancestors would have been at that time period, looking to see what racist events happened to them and what we know about the impact of that on their mental health over time. So I'm creating this line. And what's really challenging, as Dr. Jackie's already laid out, is that there's nothing new, nothing that our kids are facing. It's adapting and it's shifting, and they're seeing it on their phones versus, in front of their face in a lot of ways. But there have been so many things that our ancestry has faced over time as children, and that the injustice there of just not being able to be a child. And I just want to highlight one of those instances, just because I think people who are against this idea that racism exists or that injustice does not exist, couldn't fathom that for the generation right after emancipation. So we're talking, even if you were born in 66, 67, so after you could have possibly been a slave, there were still apprenticeships on the books that would allow a parent to either loan their child, quote, back to the enslaver, or for the enslaver to just say, that child doesn't look like they're being taken care of, so I'm going to snatch them. And then you see that in child protective services. And then you just see it throughout the generations of where did this belief that our kids are not thriving come from, and it's rooted in generation after generation after generation. So that's my 2 cents on that injustice has just morphed and shifted, but absolutely ever present for our babies.
Absolutely. Now, Dr. Jackie, you touched on this. How do you balance wanting to protect Black children from racism while also preparing them to navigate it?
That's a great question. I wish I could go back, a lot of it's lessons learned, and then also, research that's coming out more and more from like Dr. Brianna and others. So I think you have to, I think, start early, not in a negative sense. Like I always think about, developmental lens, and Dr. Brianna can agree with this as well. Like a 2-year-old or 0 to 6 month old. Like we know that this, just as there's like this gender development, kids learn how to write and read and walk. There's also this racial gender, this who we become, right? This development period. So I think very early, definitely infusing them with books and photos, family togetherness in terms of, strong family, whether or not it's two-headed family or single parent, the fact that, Black families are strong, we love you, affirmations for them. And I think even, you're reading for early literacy, social emotional development. Again, find books that have a variety of showing what they look like, beautiful Black children, other types of children, other languages, depending on your family's makeup. So I think you start very early to affirm them, right? This idea of racial socialization. I think Dr. Brianna can talk more about that. This idea of how do we prepare our kids for dealing with racism and discrimination, but first you want to build them up, right? You want to have this cultural pride, racial pride. So I think that's important throughout that period of time. And as they get older, I think you have to start thinking about like when you're watching television, again, those choices of watching television shows, movies, whatever you're watching on social media, and then having conversations with them about like what are you seeing? If there are things in the news that they're seeing, you can ask questions. And sometimes you may have to wait for them, they may not answer right away, but again, developmentally. So I think there's an ongoing process, but it's an active process, affirming them, but also as they're getting older, being real with them, but also reassuring them that, you know what, I'm here for you. You have a community with you, but also that's building that community and making sure that, because again, that idea of racial pride in terms of even a health impact actually has a positive impact as they get older, especially as they're more prone, especially adolescents, I think more prone to mental health or behavioral health issues.
That's a great answer. And for older children, when they see things on television, you can always ask what they know about it first, and that usually opens up a conversation to find out what they know, because a lot of times they know more than what we think, right? So, Dr. Rihanna, how do you balance wanting to protect children from racism, Black children from racism, while also preparing them to navigate it?
Yeah, so I'm like Dr. Jackie was saying, this is my bread and butter. You're going to see me geek out. And I also went back into the vault, Dr. Jackie, and I found our chat from 6 years ago. So here you go, your podcast that we talked about this on. So shout out to Dr. Jackie and her advocacy there. So so racial socialization is the answer. And I know that's a mouthful, but essentially socialization, like how do we socialize our kiddos to the world around us? You could say that stove is hot, don't touch it. You could say look both ways before you cross the street. Those are all forms of socialization. So racial is just how do we navigate the racial world around us? If the question is how do we protect them from racism, it's everywhere, y'all. Like it's in all the things. So trying to say, well, we're not going to show it to them, they're already seeing it. It's in the TV shows, it's in conversations that are being had online at school that their teachers are saying, because we're all human, we've all soaked up what's going on around us. So that's just the premise, that we can't shield our children completely from racism, but you can darn sure protect them, and you can darn sure give them the tools to navigate. So as we've already said, the first thing is just resources. So what do you have in your toolkit that you're going to be able to use? Is it books? Is it media? We use media constantly in the work that we do in our lab to say, here's how other children have talked about it. Here's how other parents have talked about it. And if you need any of those resources, please feel free to hit me up and I'm happy to share it. But there are tons of websites that my colleagues and I have put together. We've helped Nickelodeon, we've helped Disney, all of these people put together these websites so that you don't have to think about the resources, they're there. So that's the first thing, resources. The second thing, have you practiced with yourself? Because so much of it is our own fear. And how do we talk to our kids? Are we adequate enough to have these conversations with them? So you need to go into the mirror. You need to talk to your partner. You need to talk to your therapist so that you can unpack all the stuff that's come up for you in this process and make sure that you have the language. But the third thing, finally, Janice has already said it. Your kids are already observing and they know the things. So just ask, what is it that you're experiencing so that you have the platform, you have the stepping stone to say, all right, this is what they already know. Or holy, I didn't even think about that. They're teaching me stuff. So don't be afraid to already use their expertise, and they know more than we often think.
God knows our kids can teach us some things these days because we don't know everything we think we know. They sometimes will come to us with some insights that we can actually learn from as well. So, thank you for all that. So we are getting ready to go into our question and answer session, but this has been such a powerful and thought-provoking conversation. Like the insights that you guys shared here today highlight just how crucial this topic is in today's society. Representation, equity, advocacy, they aren't just buzzwords, right? They are necessary pillars in ensuring that our children grow up empowered, confident, and prepared to navigate the world on their own terms. So thank you for that. Now we want to hear from you. This is your opportunity to engage with our panelists, dive even deeper into these topics that resonate with you. So if you have a question, please drop your question in the chat. I see that we have a question from Esther. First, I'm going to go to that. It says, can you address how acceptance is different from accepting injustice or verbal abuse? And what active steps can parents do to ensure that they and their kids understand that? Who wants to go first? Dr. Rihanna, you want to go first? Go. Wait, are you? There you go.
Yeah, I'm trying to, so I'm not sure if that question was dropped in the chat. I just heard it, but I just want to make sure that
she said, can you address how acceptance is different from accepting injustice or verbal abuse? And I think she was talking about earlier, we were talking, I think someone mentioned something about accepting, just that, we don't have to accept racial injustice, but how, if we don't accept it, like what's the difference between that and verbal abuse? Like, how do we define it? How do we teach our children to say no, is what I'm getting from it. So, and Esther, if that's not what you want to say, please define it, but it's how do we teach our children to protect themselves from racial injustice?
What I was trying to say with Dr. Jackie was saying that she was saying that we need to accept where we are right now. Okay. And where we are right now, as far as in the political sphere, a lot of people are very negative. Okay. They're just saying the quiet part out loud. So how do you address that in accepting where you're at, but not accepting the abuse?
Okay, no, that's good. Okay, go ahead. Thank you for clarifying that.
Dr. Jackie, did you want to kick off from there?
Sure, I can. So I think, like, for me, when I say acceptance, I'm not saying to accept the abuse. What I'm saying, the acceptance is acknowledging that this is going on, right? Because if we're not truthful with our children, and calling something out, so then you can't prepare them, right? So if you're saying, like, oh, they didn't mean it, whatever. So that's what I mean by that acceptance. But I don't think our children should accept verbal abuse at all, neither as adults. But I think it's interesting. I think, we talk about, oh man, and I'll send this resource, Janice. There's a book written by, oh man, but I'll send it. Her name is Dr. Ward, I believe. So she talks about naming it. It's like a four four-part process for us to help our kids understand what is and what isn't racism, all right? Because you could be sitting in a class, for instance, and a teacher might say something, and then you might feel like, well, is that teacher calling me out because of my race, my gender, whatever, however I identify. But when you think about it, it's like when the child comes home, you have to ask questions and then think about, okay, how are we going to respond to it? Was it really racist? Was it not? Was it really abuse, verbal abuse or not? I think we know what verbal abuse is, but I think it's about preparing our kids, right? Playing through scenarios, right? Who are the trusted people that if they have questions or they don't know to ask for help? Is it the mom, your dad, grandma, the teacher, someone that's trusted? Also making sure that you even know what the school system's policies are, right? For if it occurs in the school system or daycare, if there is verbal abuse. So I think a lot of it's about planning and also being honest with your kids about if something happens, having that conversation so that you can prepare them for what they can do and what their options and choices are. So hopefully that answers some of the question.
No, that's great. That's great. I'm going to move on to the next question. So I want to make sure we get as many questions in as possible. What advice do you have for how we can unite and advocate for our children in the public school system when the Department of Education is decimated? Now, that's important. Not only, I want to add on to that, we have DEI initiatives going away. We have protections for kids going away. So how can parents unite and advocate for that? And I'm going to go with Dr. Brianna first.
Yeah, so I wrote an op-ed on this last week, so it's fresh on my mind. I'm a scientist. I deal in truth and what can be tested, and what they are talking about right now is ludicrous. So like, if you know the truth and if you know what you want to talk to your children about, what parents can do, and what I think is really necessary from a community perspective, is to understand we've been educating children outside of school systems for a very long time. So even though we have been fortunate starting in the 1800s, creating our own schools to make sure that children are learning, we have also been thoughtful about Saturday schools, pride enrichment programs, ways to support children through conversations and community upliftment, mentorship, et cetera. So really thinking about how do you pool your resources so that the folks on a block or in a family, in a friend group, can have different types of lessons that we rotate for our kids. And I'm not even trying to be silly. If you go to my resume and you just look at podcasts or videos and you just click on them jumps, like that's a way to teach, right? Like these are ways that we can ensure that our children are still getting resources outside of what the DOE, whether it's dismantled or not, or what these DEI initiatives are saying. We know the truth and we know what we need to teach our kids. So don't let that be a hindrance. Let feel it. Know that is frustrating and that sucks that our kids aren't going to be able to get the education that we would want them to get in this time. But that's not the only way education has worked in our lives.
Okay. And Dr. Jackie, would you like me? You had it?
Oh, no. I agree with Dr. Rihanna, knowing the resources, the additional, the academy that you're going to have. I mean, there are other resources as well that are available. So yeah, I think, again, it's about knowing you can't control what you can't control, but you got to focus on what you can control. And again, those resources are great ways to do that. And the statistics are also showing that there's an increase in Black families that are actually choosing to homeschool. That's an option for some families if you can do that.
Now, she followed up and said she was asking about protecting them specifically. Can you address that?
From the DEI, the changes with DEI and the Department of Education closing?
Yes. If I'm someone jump on in there, Didi, if I'm not correct.
Oh, I'm asking about protecting them. Well, that's the thing.
I'm talking about, it's well established that Black children are disciplined at a higher rate.
Okay.
And everybody can't take their children out and homeschool them. And, it is a great talking point, or it's a great piece of advice. I don't mean to dismiss it. But really, the public school system is for all of us. So we really shouldn't have to do that. If you can't take your child out and homeschool them yourself, how can you protect them when the Department of Education was designed to protect students. Well, that was one function supposedly of the Department of Education, and that's going away. I'm really concerned about that because there is also a well-established belief that schools are a school to prison pipeline. I really fear that is just going to be exacerbated if the Department of Education is decimated.
Right. Okay, Dr. Jackie.
So I think it goes back. I think that community building that Dr. Rihanna and you, Janice, talked about. It's like even if you have another friend, are you all carpooling? Are there opportunities for mentorship? And if there aren't, maybe that's maybe an opportunity to talk with either your churches, your organizations you might be part of, or your friend group to think about how, because again, those are proven ways to help kids, right? Mentorship, if there's trusting, caring adults, thinking about those other resources. Are they in sports? Are they in after school programs? Are they in some place where they can find community? And if not, then again, trying to find ways that we can create that community, even if it's 2 or 3 parents that are coming together and helping each other out. Because I think we've always had to do this, right? I'm thinking again with when I felt my kids weren't protected, I had to do what I had to do, right? I mean, if I did everything what I was supposed to do, talking to the superintendent, but at some point, right, you got to do it on your own or find a group, family members to really do that. And I think that's really what we're going to have to get back to doing is trying to create communities that are safe for us and opportunities for us to talk about and helping our children.
Okay. Dr. Yana, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little more skeptical because when we talk about what the reason for public schools were in the first place, it really was to keep a docile servant class. Like there was never an intention for that public school system to support folks that look like us. And because we have documentation of the school to prison pipeline and drastic resource differences and stuff, this is a wild approach, but it's also radical acceptance where I'm like, if this thing were to get dismantled, what would I want the next system to look like? How can we actually improve it if this is to be dismantled? So I'm certainly not like yay over it, right? But I also fundamentally believe that schools of ed have very much harmed our Black and brown children. And so there have to be ways that we can envision being the leaders of the next phase of it, even if we do see some harm for our children right now. But that, again, to Dr. Jackie's point, what can we do to supplement? And then what can we do to lead the next wave of schools that we would want to see for our children?
Right. I'm not so optimistic because I've been following this for a long time. And even though the administration said that Project 2025 wasn't theirs, what's in there is pretty scary for public schools, and even just mandatory military enlistment for any children who are enrolled in public schools versus those in private school who don't have to be drafted, for a better word, automatically into the military because they didn't attend public school. So there are things like that in there that if they come to fruition, will concern me, as well as this juggernaut way of trying to just dismantle the DOE, even as of last week, and taking money away from programs like Head Start. So I think it's a very valid question, and it's a very emotional and passionate question, even for me. But Dr. Jackie, please go.
I think someone also put in the chat. I think it's Esther. Okay. The fact that if we know how our Department of Education, the federal and the states function, a lot of the changes are really going to be based on how the state unfortunately depends on where you live, right? That's that zip code. So I think it's really important as well, if you can, like someone said, to talk to the superintendent and find out what their plans are and be in touch with what's happening on the state level as well as the district level.
Okay, absolutely. And we know some states are more wealthier than others, right? So those states are going to do really well probably with the public schools, more so than the ones that aren't, which is also very scary to think about. And I think you were right. I just want to tag on to Dr. Jackie because the community again comes into focus. And someone mentioned in the chat micro schools and things like that. I think a lot of the homeschool moms, if they can bring on extra children, I think all of that will be very helpful in the long run. But I don't want to give up on public schools at the same time. So I think it's very important. And let me make sure we are on time here. Hold on, I just want to check and make sure I check our time. 11. Hold on. Make sure I don't mess up here. I want to keep us on time. So we are actually early. Okay, so let's go. I think Verlin had a question. Let me move up, and it was about mixed children. Let me see. Hold on, okay. How would you handle the mixed children with one black parent and one white parent, and their need to know about their heritage and racism from a part of their own ethnic group? And I think that's a good question, right? Because you see, we're can be very pro-black, but then what about their other side? And I think with mixed children, we have a habit of basically leaning toward a lot of times one side versus the other, and they have to choose a lot of times like which one they're going to be at any given moment. So, and I just, if you can address that, Verlin's question with that and how to raise children that way, what's the best way to do that? And Dr. Rihanna, would you like to start?
Sure. Yeah, so I have a personal and professional answer to this. So mixed kid myself, my mom is hella black, super proud of her heritage. And so I was definitely socialized more to be in black spaces. I grew up in Detroit, and she just said, like, your hair curls, people are going to look at you in a certain way. And that's that on that. So the house had a lot of representation in it. The things that she taught me were very much from her end. My dad had a very humanistic way of thinking about things and egalitarian. And so I was getting very different messages from them, but ultimately learned about the ways that people would perceive me. And that's what the research bears out, that oftentimes the phenotype is what people are that is going to inform how we treat children, right? And their experiences in the world. So it is important to teach your children the truth, no matter what, like history, no matter what. It's important for them to understand who they are from both lenses, but it's not a choosing. Mixed children are going to go through their own identity stages generally, but what our research bears out is that the phenotype is the lead driver of how children are going to be treated. And so it's really important to socialize them to the truth of what happens to folks that look like them, that there sometimes are challenges that they can face, but that there is a wealth of resources and community around them that can support them, that they can build up their pride. The only other thing I'll say about that is that it's important for them to be able to ask and explore. So rather than just like telling them, this is what you should think, this is what you should do, it just makes space for them to say, there has been somebody that said this thing to me, and maybe I'm getting this other person that says I'm to this or to that. Like that, there might be more exploration as they're trying to make their way through it, but there's not just one way to address mixed children writ large, but they will experience some of the same challenges that folks with one race may experience based on their phenotype.
Right. And then it seems like a lot of times I've heard from different mixed race adults that a lot of times they don't feel accepted in either places. And can you talk about that a little bit before I move on to Dr. Jackie?
Yeah, I don't have a professional answer to that, but just personally, like I was raised again in a space where it was like, you're black and that's it. And I'm very light, and that's just not something that I think about often because I'm just clear on who I am. And my parents taught me, my mom socialized me in a certain way, and my dad, what he was telling me just did not jive with what my mom was telling me or my life experience. So it took me until I was about 19 or 20 to say who I was and what I have to say about who I am. But that's not any later or any different than most folks of other races, because we all go through our identification stages and processes, whether it's salient for you, whether it's something that you cling on to, whether it's something that is central to you. That 1920-ish time is when people really start to take hold of that. So those are my.
Thank you. Dr. Jackie.
So I had a sort of similar experience. I'm biracial as well, but socialized in a Caribbean Black family. So again, I was also taught, I was Black, and not to question that. But I think I also think the times are different too, because I know growing up, I knew I was Black, but then as I got older, especially middle school and high school, people started to ask questions, right? Because I may have looked differently from a parent. And I think ultimately, I think as a parent, whether you're a different race than your child, um, or if you see of yourself, identifying as the race of your child, I think you still have to explore and listen to kids, right? Because I know my approach that I grew up with is that it was like, you're Black, you don't worry about it, okay? But now really allowing me to speak and share my feelings. So I think you gotta like you're gonna have feelings, and I think some kids even experience like a racial fluidity to a certain degree. I don't know if that's necessarily scientific, but just from experience, right? When you're younger, you may want to try to associate, depending again, I think on the phenotype, right? You want to feel welcome. You want to feel like you found your people. And I think sometimes that happens even with immigrant kids as well. So you have that other aspect as well besides just race. So I think being open to having conversations with your kids, and if you don't know, ask, right? Ask a therapist or find some resources to try to figure out how to relate to your kids. Again, but most of it's active listening, and being curious about what their experiences are and learning.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we still have about 10 more minutes of questions, guys. If you want to ask questions, I opened it up a little early, so forgive me. But I do have another question until we get some more in the chat. But how do you prepare Black children for encounter? Especially we have this whole, I'm going to get into it, the whole generation that fear law enforcement. So how do we prepare them for encounters with law enforcement without making them fearful of authority figures, especially young children? Because you had children that grew up and saw George Floyd, right? And other figures getting attacked. They're not going to forget that was traumatic for us as adults. And every time it happens again to another person, we all feel it collectively. Our children feel that too. So how do we prepare them for encounters with law enforcement without making them so fearful? Jack,
I'll just take it real quick, Dr. Rihanna, because I think I know you've done more research on it. But it's interesting. As part of the American Academy of Pediatrics, colleagues of mine recently wrote an article about the talk, right? That conversation you have with your kids to let them know, how to handle yourself if you're approached by police officers. And that's also part of that racial socialization Dr. Rihanna mentioned. That's actually protective. That's been shown to be protective. So, talking to our kids and preparing them for, just like, I mean, you teach your kids how to drive, you want to prepare them for, not to get into an accident. It's the same thing, right? How are we preparing our kids to be safe? So that talk and having conversations and preparing kids, I think is important.
Okay. Dr. Rihanna.
Yeah. So it's a both and, right? So there's a limit to where it's protective. And this is where I'm hearing, Janice, your point is kind of differentiating between fear. Like it's going to happen to you like every time you go outside, every time you see a police officer. But it's really hard to give like a dose, right? To say like you can talk to them 2 times about it out of the week. That's tough to say. But as someone who does enjoy her data, enjoys science, I say like, okay, of all the police officers that we know, and of all the times that we've heard of something like this, like it's not every time, right? So not every police officer is going to but there are some people who are going to behave in ways that we know other humans do. Like we are humans. We are raised in these societies that sometimes don't value us the way that we do in this household. So if we're confronted with that type of situation, what is it that you would want to get out of that situation? So this kind of goes back to a question a few questions ago, but I really like to talk about agency here, or this acceptance that has come up, where like the toughest thing for children in these cases is not feeling like they have agency, and they feel like whatever happens to them is their fault, that they're internalizing everything. It's something that I did that this police officer is now disliking me for, when really it's systemic. Really, they often don't see you as a child yourself. They see you as something that's more threatening. So like, this is not about you and what you've done to that person. So I try to just pull back. I'm like, here's what we know about history. Here's what we know about data. When you go out into the world, I want you to keep your head held up. I want you to talk to them in a way that makes you feel like you have agency, and nothing that you do in that case is it's on you. Like, that's not, I really dislike some of those, like, here are the 10 steps to keep your kids safe in an encounter thing. To me, it's more about the emotion and the experience and the process rather than here are the exact criteria, because racism don't function that way. You can't just say you'll be safe if you do the following things. We've heard time and time again, we've seen time and time again where people have tried to advocate for themselves, and yet a police officer still does X, Y, and Z. So to me, again, as the psychologist, I really just want to make sure that the child feels agentic, but that they also know it's not every time, so they don't feel so anxious that they can't encounter in a way that makes them feel safe.
No, that's great.
I agree with you. I'm sorry, Janice. I agree with you, Dr. Rihanna. It's got to be that it doesn't always. What's the reality, but also that expectation that it could happen, and preparing, but also being normalizing what is normal.
And that's fantastic. Now let's talk about, a lot of times our parents, we're fearful as well. We're also watching TikTok and Instagram, and we're seeing all of these encounters. We're seeing the so-called Karens and the police, and we have fear. How do we not put our fear onto the children? And the children read that, right? So Dr. Rana, you're nodding your head. Go ahead, go first.
Yeah, again, it's part of my work with families all the time where you do have to check yourself, because you do exactly read, the kiddos can read everything about you. They know when your hair is cut, they know when your eyebrows are, they know you. And so if your face is this, or if you're heavy, or if you're walking around breathing, they notice that. So two things. One, check in with yourself. Is that diary writing? Is that talking with your partner? Is it talking to yourself in the mirror? Have you done the processing for yourself before you talk with your kiddo? But again, the second thing is ask your kid, what did you notice about me in that moment? How did that make you feel? Processing that is totally fine. Using yourself as that experience and acknowledging, mom was pissed off when she saw that thing on TV. How do you feel? I think that's totally fine, but silence around it, that's where we get into some trouble. Not thinking that your kid can notice it, they see it, y'all. So being really clear about that.
Well, great answer, Dr. Jackie.
Oh, I echo everything Dr. Rihanna said.
Oh, okay. That's easy. I was good one. Thank you so much for that. All right, we still have 5 minutes, guys. Let's see. Dr. Stamp said, I know we're thinking about older children, but she works with early childhood parents, and they are engaging in racial socialization with children as young as 3. It comes with guilt and doubt that they are taking from the innocence from their childhood. Can you speak to this? We'll go back to Dr. Rihanna, because you're not, and you know about this. Go ahead.
Yeah, so there are different ways that often Black families are engaging with their children. And here's what's really interesting about that age that you just brought up. Some of the earliest racial socialization experiences from other families tend to be 5, whereas Black families tend to be 3. And there's data also show that kids as young as 3 are starting to acknowledge racism. So by 5, when other families are doing it, they're 2 years behind. So bear that in mind, that when you're talking about taking away innocence, kids as young as 3 can tell you, here are 2, these pictures aren't the same, or I'm noticing something different about these characters. They know. So I understand, and I feel deeply, because in the one breath, as I said earlier, I want kids just to be kids. I want them to be liberated and free and frolic. And they're so observant. They're so smart. They're seeing what is true of society already. So the only thing I'll add to what Dr. Stamps put in the chat is that it just has to be developmentally appropriate. So as you're combing hair, as you're going on walks, as you're reading picture books, you are still engaging in curiosity. You're asking, what do you notice? What do you see? And you're telling them age appropriate content, developmentally appropriate content, just like you would for any other subject at that age. So you're doing the right thing. You don't want to inundate them. You don't want to say things that might be too advanced for their knowledge. And you know what that is because you're their parent. But at the same time, at 3, you are meeting them where they're at, because they're saying, this is what I'm noticing already.
Okay. And Dr. Jackie?
Well, again, I think Dr. Rihanna has everything said. I think I think the only other thing that I would add is that, there's also the positive side of racial socialization, right? Again, when a little girl or there have been pictures like with Encanto, and well, I'm mispronouncing it, when kids see like another little kid with curly hair, they're like, that's me, right? And so it's almost an acknowledgement of who they are. So I think there's ways I mean, I can understand where it feels heavy, but at the same time it's also an opportunity for joy and just showing your kids how brilliant, smart, and accepting their differences. So yeah.
Yeah, I like Esther's question here. She said, as a parent of an autistic teen, oops, it moved on me. A lot of the advice you're giving does apply, but does some does not, because there are layers to this and when dealing with neurodivergent populations. So she's asked if you could please speak to this when it comes to preparation for encountering police. And I have an autistic grandson, and I know how wonderful he is, and I know he's going to be a big boy. So I'm concerned as well. But she wants to know, she said she has her own answers from parents, but she's curious about what you'll say as a professional in your field. So Dr. Jackie, would you like to start?
Oh, man, that's a great question. I think first and foremost, I think in terms of learning your community, learning like what is the local police department, the sheriff department, how do they work with children or adults that are neurodivergent? Because unfortunately, sometimes they're not trained very well. Also the school system, right? So again, finding those resources and supports. Unfortunately, I think a lot of pediatricians probably don't address this very well. I think if anything, we're really trying to screen and make sure that kids get the early intervention. And I think we miss this point. But I think there are opportunities to think about working with your healthcare provider, working with the school system, and maybe even working with the local. Maybe there's some liaison with the local police department to find out what they're doing, and if not, maybe there's some resources we can provide to those agencies. Maybe not as a parent, but maybe working with those other systems to try to make sure that they're educated to address neurodivergent individuals.
Okay. And Dr. Rihanna, did you want to say anything more? We're about to end our chat. Go ahead, I can hear you. You're muted.
Sorry, I was feverishly searching because Holly Robinson Pete actually addresses this really well. So I just dropped 2 resources that she's written about and also been on video for with this specific thing. So you're absolutely right. Neurodivergent young people require their own ways of understanding and processing, just like any child, right? Like we can't say one size fits all to any child, but certainly our neurodivergent populations need different things. I think she said it quite well, so I'll defer to Holly and her experience.
No, Holly, she is a definitely great resource. Her son it has autism, and she's written children books. I've been trying to get her on our podcast Back Talk too. I just don't think I'm reaching out in the right place, but I would love to get her on the show. But now, guys, we're at the end of our panel. I want to thank our panelists. Give them some love, please. Applause. Thank you, Dr. Anna, Dr. Jackie. Appreciate you being here and contributing your wealth of knowledge. So this has been a great panel. Thank you again. You heard from our panelists, and now we have our first seminar, Safety and Curation, Identifying the Dangers Emerging from Tech and AI, and Creating that Digital Safe Space. So technology is evolving faster than ever. And as parents and caregivers, we're constantly trying to keep up. And I know I am. From social media to artificial intelligence, our children are growing up in a digital world that presents both incredible opportunities and serious risks. The question is, how do we create a safe digital space that protects their well-being while still allowing them to explore, learn, and connect? To help us navigate this critical topic, we have with us Larry Adams, and I'm going to bring him up. He is a powerhouse, a digital media and content veteran. He is an expert in DEI in media, content, and streaming. He is the former senior vice president and head of digital strategy for AT&T and Warner Media, where he helped design and develop HBO Max, y'all, and launched DirecTV Now. More recently, he served as the senior advisor for the Bloomberg 2020 presidential campaign. Larry is also the founder and CEO of X Stereotype. Did I say that right?
Yes.
Okay. And the world's first inclusion OS, and Black Fam, BLKFAM, the first and only family-friendly streaming service for Black American kids and families. And that was in conjunction, I'm just going to say, with Whoopi Goldberg. So this guy is a powerhouse. So go ahead, Larry. I'm going to open the floor to you. Tell us all about it.
Thank you, Janice. Thank you, everyone, for having me here. Like, what an incredible meeting you put together, Janice. I really appreciate it. And thank you for the introductions. My name is Larry Adams. I'm CEO and co-founder of Black Fam and Stereotype. I'm really happy to talk about digital. I've been in digital now for 3 waves of it. And one thing has been pretty consistent in my experience of all these digital sort of transformations is the fact that we are oftentimes, as a people, marginalized and left out of the conversation. So Janice mentioned my background before, but I was the head of design for HBO Max, actually named after my son. And what's really great, by the way, of being able to have a conference at home is they may pop up at any time. Kids are here, so apologies in advance if things get out of control. But I really want to focus today on one thing that's really important to me is safety and curation today, and how important it is for us to actually understand what's happening in the digital space. That's why I created Black Fam with my partner, Whoopi Goldberg, as Shannon mentioned, because I felt that there was a misrepresentation that was scaled and amplified through technology, and there weren't spaces that actually uplifted and created positive encounters. So Whoopi and I are on a mission to do that and bring content to bear that is actually focused on positive representation of Black families. Stereotype is an AI company. We actually develop models that retrain large language models. And I'm going to use some words and concepts that may be a little bit more insider. So I'm going to actually take a little time to explain some of these. But large language models are these consumer-facing models that understand words and are able to process in what is conceivably recognized as reasoning. What they actually are doing is calculating in 3 to 4 dimensions at the same time, which is giving the appearance of cognition. But what they're actually doing is pulling all the data that exists out there and coming back with answers, and coming back with a lot of different calculated versions of what they think the right answer is. And what that leaves us in a place is a place that is now not only institutionalizing past bias, but it's actually amplifying it and creating it into behaviors that we're actually dealing with today. So these technologies create content. They are they are driving and influencing our youth and everyone, really. This is the time that technology is capable of creating content that manipulates reality, spreads misinformation, and even especially reinforcing harmful stereotypes about Black culture. And that's the problem. One of the key areas we need to focus on as a people and as parents is understanding AI decisioning. So yeah, it is taking all this cold data and creating answers and creating content, but how it's creating those answers and content is really a form of how it's decisioning and the models and the weights that it uses. So this is how we can actually take control, understanding how the AI is processing the data and how it's actually calculating and delivering results, and how we can actually push back into that narrative as it's looking to make content. So AI decisioning, let's break it down and how it impacts us as adults and how it impacts our children. AI decisioning refers to algorithms and how they make choices that are based on patterns in the data input. It's not just limited to things like recommending Netflix shows to watch, which is also highly biased, but we'll get into, I can talk about that in a Q&A. But it's also about like who gets hired, who gets a loan, what media and content we see. And here's the problem. AI is only as good as the data it's trained on. If the data it uses its bias, the decisions it makes and reflects that is also biased. And when it comes to Black culture, it's becoming a serious issue. AI, when used in media curation, creates digital spaces that are either reinforcing stereotypes or exclude Black culture altogether. In a recent study, 35% of AI facial recognition misidentify Black faces more times than they did white faces. So this is a deeply rooted problem in the technology itself. Now, to take that same bias and apply it to the media, AI decisioning is used on platforms that are not our friends, like YouTube, Facebook, Instagram. They use AI to curate what we see in our feed. And those systems are trained on biased data. And they usually do prioritize content that reinforces stereotypes that are negative about Black people. For example, Black children might see content that portrays them as struggling, disadvantaged, more sort of leaning towards criminality, and more positive, and the positive depictions of Black culture are oftentimes buried in the algorithm. This is not by accident. This is intentional. This is intentional to create more addiction, and internal studies show that negative emotionality and negative reinforcement in content actually drives engagement. So they are doing that as a part of their plot to addict us and our children to their products. But also, what it's actually doing is feeding into their business model. And I think when we take a step back and really start to focus on technology today and what we should be focused on is understanding that these platforms that are there entertaining us and we think informing us are really there to make money. And as we think about for our children, media literacy is so important, and media and technology literacy is so important. So one thing I often talk to people about is how do we actually start to unravel this sort of addiction ecosystem that has been created by big tech? It starts with curating digital spaces intentionally. Spaces where Black culture is celebrated and not misrepresented. It's about creating spaces where children can consume content that reflects who they are and where they come from and where they're going. So from my perspective, it's creating and amplifying voices and stories that reflect our authentic culture. It's about creating stories and supporting those stories, and also really start to figure out, like, am I curating enough around history, around family, around joy? I think that is one thing that we really need to be focused on, is really amplifying joy. And as a community and as a people, pushing for ethical AI. So really leaning on our local leaders to understand how technology is impacting not only our children, but ourselves, and having them really put this on the agenda. I think there's so many things that we advocate for that are super important, but underpinning all of the things that happen in our lives is technology. And so much of it is actually being pushed into AI decisioning, and local government, I'm not even going to get into federal government and what's happening now, but local government actually isn't really even leaned into it. And so in my political world, we often say politics and life is a local issue. And somehow, for some reason, technology and technology legislation has been pushed into a national issue, like something that other people in the federal government are going to take care of. We need to take action locally and drive the type of regulation from local levels to state levels to federal levels, and make it something that we actually get our local politicians and legislation representatives to actually lean into. Because it's not just impacting the content that we see, it's impacting decisioning. It's going to be AI is more and more being used in law enforcement. AI is being used in medical decisioning. It's everywhere. And so until we start to lean into it, we are actually, like, I say this often, And it's not to be like super like alarmist, but we're going to be in a digital Jim Crow era, where now instead of people like having color, like having signs in real life, decisions are getting made um, in the background using technology. And a theme that came up earlier was about having agency over children. I think more and more we have less agency over ourselves, and we give more decisioning over to big tech, and without any insights into how they're designing their models, how they are implementing and creating safeguards and guardrails around how they actually deploy this technology. So, we follow GPS like blindly. We 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 use social media as a news source. There are different ways in which we're actually giving up cognitive our cognitive load into big tech without any accountability into the big tech. And the other piece is really sitting down and understanding not just media literacy, but I would like to call it technology literacy. And it's not just creating the right content, but also how to navigate in a digital world. It's teaching kids that they need to question what they see online. We need to introduce them to tools and actually have them understand how search works, how search business model works, why the first result you get is not necessarily the best result. It's really about pushing for how to understand, to double check and triple check sources, because as we move forward, deepfake technology is only going to get worse and better and better. Not, I meant worse for us, but better and better. And we need to really educate on how to identify deepfakes, how to double verify sources, really become more curious and drive a very big emphasis on really double verifying this, like what you're actually reading and what you're actually seeing. And one other guardrail that I would put in is privacy. Privacy really matters. The data that we give over to big tech is only being used against us in a lot of ways. So I would definitely think twice about posting things about our children. When we give children access to these tools where we're not actually watching them, because the privacy aspect, we think, oh, well, I'm not going to give my social security number, I'm not going to give my birth date, I'm not going to give sort of these things that we deem as critical, but the breadcrumbs that we leave for the big tech to actually use to ensnarl us in their race to drive addiction begins before our kids even have their own profiles. We're uploading so much information about children even before they have the chance to make that decision for themselves and how they will navigate digital world. So I oftentimes push for privacy first, and to be thinking about your identity and your own data that you emanate as something to protect. I know we want to share, we want to be connected socially through these platforms, but we also have to recognize that once we submit the content to them, that's owned by them, and they're using that as data training for ways in which to manipulate and drive more and more engagement. So I'm not saying dump it, but I'm definitely saying think twice, think about more downstream impacts, especially when it comes to sharing personal information about children on these platforms, because they will have the child profiled well before they even have a user account. And when they have a user account, they will know so much more about that person and be able to manipulate and drive whatever outcomes that they want based on the troves of data that they have on this person before they even make a decision to log in. So try not to give a lot of content, and anonymize, if you can, children information, children data as often as possible, please. But in curating, today, the work we do in curating digital spaces, curating stories, and curating content to shape how Black children will experience the world tomorrow, if we get this right, if we start to collect sort of protect our own data, protect our own children's identities, and actually start to drive for legislation that matters as far as protecting individuals, we will be able to sort of stop it before it completely takes over. One of the things I want to touch on is the fact that we are living in a world now where a tech billionaire can go in and restructure federal agencies that were set up to protect us and set up servers and actually start to aggregate even more information. And we have very little ways to, well, we have a lot of ways to stop them if we stop engaging with a platform. Like we should divest from X. Like what, there are things that we should be doing, but the number one thing is understanding how the AI models are being trained, how our data is feeding them, and also how the decisioning is being made. So I have a lot of information, but I also feel like I'd love to make this a little bit more interactive because I said a lot and I know that this is a hot topic. So I'd love to open it up for questions if that's okay, Janice.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're gonna have a lot of questions for you. And I have some myself, but one of my friends that is into IT told me a long time ago, the data is valuable. Your data is valuable. Like one day you'll be able to charge money for it if you protect it now. And that not to put my picture in those, AI headshots where you look fabulous, because if you read the fine print, they own your image, right? He told me not to do that a long time ago. No, I wanted. I was like, oh, they look cool, So those are kind of things that we're not even aware of, and that owning our own data is something that you'll eventually probably be able to charge for in the future if they don't have it. And then my question is like, one of the questions where I get to the audience questions is like the deep fakes. If you guys don't know what deep fakes are, like Tom Cruise is one of the famous videos that goes around. They're always imitating him where it looks just like him talking. It sounds just like him talking, but it's fake. It's totally
my favorite one is the Pope wearing a puffy red jacket.
I haven't seen that one yet. You got to see that.
The Pope is wearing a puffy red coat, and people are like, "Where do I get this coat?"
Wow,
it's not real.
I have not seen that. But if we as parents can't even tell what's fake, how do we protect our kids?
I mean, that's a really good question, and I think it's on us to really get involved and learn about this. I think it's not that it's unknowable. It's just that we have to actually motivate ourselves to go down the rabbit hole of verifying sources on our own. Also, being really skeptical about technology. Like we are so, to your point about AI created images, we are so trusting of technology for absolutely no reason. You talk about uploading photos to that image maker that created the really cool AI version of yourself, or the old face, or there was a bunch of them. But in the terms and conditions on most social media platforms, when you upload content, it becomes the property of that platform, and they are able to use it in any way that they want. So, for a while, Meta had actually created fake versions, fake profiles that were AI driven, that were connected to people and were their virtual friends. That was a compilation of all the information that they have about people across the globe, and specifically around your interests, just to create more interconnectivity. They've since canceled it because it was just too creepy, and people were like, "What is happening?" And the last administration really started to like ask questions about it, so they canceled it. But those kind of deep fake, not even deep fake, but like AI generated interactions are just everywhere. During the last election, there were so many bots spun up on X that created tons of discourse specifically amongst Black voting class, and we saw what happened. We started to see trends where we're like, oh, Kamala Harris is not Black. Like we started to see all these things, and when you talk to people in real life, they're like, wait, I don't even know anyone that says this, but it's everywhere on social media. And one thing I also would like to just point out is we oftentimes think of social media as our like sphere of friends and people we know and people we follow. But what is actually happening is since it's a global, interconnected world, we're seeing things that are trending in other countries and other parts of the world that are focused on sort of white supremacy and right leaning ideology, and it starts to infiltrate and create this echo chamber around us and our children. So it's really about being discerning, not trusting the platforms, and I would dare to say this, and this is going to be like against even like my bread and butter, but like disconnecting from some of it, actually curating what you put into these platforms. And I love this real life event that you've put on because it forces us to actually interact with each other and see each other. And there is no deep faking here, right? Like we're real people. And I think that the pandemic time, that it's really funny how fast we just like kind of switched over to like, hey, life is back to normal. But pandemic really forced us down deeper into the big tech sort of world of reality, to be honest, and we never got out of it. And we make less and less time to actually get up and walk around or go out to see friends. And I talk about this also. We talk about digital AI and social media, but we often don't talk about digital as it relates to video games and console games, which are also a big part of our youth's lives. Like their interconnectivity there and the toxic levels of masculinity that are presented in those worlds is oftentimes unseen and unheard. And as parents, we also believe that because because Max is sitting in the right in front of me, that I know what he's doing when he's actually immersed in a gaming world where they're just talking and living this life that is completely invisible to us. And so having more checks and balances on the video gaming part of life is also really, really extremely important because the same AI models, the same sort of tactics are used there as well. They're just not as well. We don't interact with them because oftentimes our cohort is not gamers as hardcore as the younger cohort. So I would definitely say those spaces have to be curated, have to be examined and disconnected at some point. Some kids, especially males, I talk about this often, are spending like 18 hours a week in video games, and it just piles up. And we don't engage in that because it's not our world. And so we focus on social media as a problem, but like video gaming and the rise of male toxic, the toxic masculinity is really coming from these first person shooter games, these sort of over competitive trash talking that happens in headphones that we don't hear. That space also needs to be curated and monitored. And I think we kind of, as parents, have to double click into these spaces just generally. And really, for our son, I have an 8-year-old daughter and an 11-year-old son. He's getting tons of peer pressure from kids to be on console games. He's getting tons of pressure to be connected all the time, group chat, everything. And we just have to like maintain a bit of fortitude and say, no, you're not going to do it. And it's not because we don't trust you, but we don't trust the organization and the billions of dollars and thousands of people who are working to trap your mind and keep you captive. And you think it's a mama papa issue, but really it's you against an industrial complex of reality shaping. And so I think it's not about fear, but I think it is about recognition of a digital infrastructure that's built around captivating attention. And eventually that attention leads to addiction. And I think that we don't often think about it in those terms, but if you start to think about it in the terms of like, hey, you can have one cigarette, but you're probably going to want another one. So let me keep cigarettes away from you because the addiction levels and the dopamine strategies are very similar, and we don't think about it in those terms.
Okay, no, absolutely. And I'm just going to tell you, so behind us over here on the backdrop where it says Secure Children's Network, that's our nonprofit that we developed to protect children from the digital world and AI, exactly what it does. And on there is featured a story, it's securechildrensnetwork.org, where a little boy of color became addicted to a girlfriend that was his girlfriend. And
wow.
The bot actually gave him wording to basically encourage him to commit suicide so that he could be with her. And he did. And it's a huge lawsuit right now. So I just want you guys to know this is serious. And even though you said not fear-based, it is somewhat fear-based for parents because it terrifies me, those kind of things, that this actually happened. It's not the only case. I used to work in a space last year where Snapchat got sued because during the pandemic, especially, our teens were able to order drugs through certain emojis on Instagram. It started on Instagram. And then a drug dealer who would find them and prey on them would then take it to Snapchat to do the transaction because it would disappear over, in a short period of time, and they couldn't get caught with the transaction. And they would use services if they didn't deliver it themselves to your house, the drug dealer. They would use services like Uber Eats, DoorDash to deliver a package. The driver has no idea what's in it. And it would be drugs, pills usually. And people think this doesn't happen to Black families, but I'm telling you, Black men especially, but Black people are affected. And unfortunately, my job was to deal with the parents who lost their children because these drugs were fake. Like they said, the DEA says 9 out of 10 pills are fake. And because they have fentanyl in it, and it's mostly filler and fentanyl. So I had to deal with these parents who were bereaving because they didn't even know about fentanyl. They didn't know that these pills. I had one parent whose child came to her and told her he needed help. He started taking these pills 10 days ago and he can't stop taking them. Well, she didn't think, because she didn't know about fentanyl, to take it from him, take any extra pills from him. She didn't think about it. And she called, did what she had to do, call rehab, everything. Rehab is going to get back to her the next day. By the time rehab got back to her, he was already gone. He took the last pill thinking he's going into rehab. And he was 14 years old. So these things, not to scare you, but they are scary. And we can go down a virtual rabbit hole. So we have to protect our kids. So because we have so many questions for you, Larry, I'm going to shut up now because I have a ton for you as well. And I'm going to get to some of the questions in the chat. And I'm going to start with Mark because he had the first question. He said, what would you tell our community is a good way to start training the kids for AI so that our community is better represented and seen?
So, I mean, to be honest, it's the companies that I started were because there was no business, there was no infrastructure around putting a platform, content platform telling Black family stories didn't exist. But the other side, the AI company that I started, there was no data around how people perceive content through their diverse experiences, and how there was no data around how Black people are represented and how we feel about it. It's really like, I think, so what I have to do with start it, and sometimes it's very daunting to think about, like, oh my gosh, I actually have to start something or create a coalition of people to actually create this visibility. But it's really almost like we talk about organizing when it's voting time, but like we need to kind of organize and collect ourselves around like demanding representation and data, or demanding that the companies that are making decisions, like banks, like hiring managers, start to disclose a lot of like how they're making these decisions, what the data sources are, and really start to like advocate for ourselves in that. But it's a very complicated situation because they're like in so many other aspects of our society, Black people are underrepresented, and data accuracy is something that is actually not valued here. So, it's something that we have to advocate for. So I think getting started with even just like having small circle groups around like, hey, let's figure out like what the school board is, talk to the school board about like what they're doing about social media, how they're teaching kids. I think media literacy starts sort of like at the grassroots level. And I think, I mean, that's where I would start, is like with a group of friends, like with my families, other parents that are networked together, and start even just like collectively sharing ways that we can actually start to sort of examine things. And we do this in our little world. We actually take the group chats sometimes, and we tell parents like, hey, did you guys see this? Like, and start to actually network around what's happening from a conversation perspective. But then also, like, when we sit down and we hang out and we have play dates, we talk to kids together about what they're seeing on social media and how they should be perceiving things that are on TV, and actually have more conversations about it. I think, I guess in all the things, and even what I'm listening to throughout this whole conference, is more talking and more sharing helps us all. Like, there's so many things that we don't want to talk about or we kind of take for granted. And big tech loves that we take it for granted. But we should start to talk about what's in our feeds, like share feeds and like have an understanding of how we are actually being technically managed. So I know it's a roundabout answer, but there's it's kind of like so much to do that if we don't take it down to like the most basic neighborhood in my house with my neighbors level, it'll be so daunting that we will actually be paralyzed into doing nothing.
Right. I agree 100%. But Esther wants to know, what about even bigger? She said, when you say that we should address local and state governments and making sure AI is changed so that it isn't biased and harmful to Black and Brown folks, can you provide one example where on a state or local level this is a problem, and what action steps a parent can take to address this problem?
Lord, I mean, it's one thing I feel I sometimes have to like take a stock of myself and like what I can actually do. First things first is I make sure that my kids understand and that their friends groups understand and that they have this filter of understanding. At the local level, what I'm trying to get to, and I live in New York City, and so we have like city representatives that come to the school that like represent our district, and we work on we work on information that we give out to schools and parents and neighbors. But I also make sure that he's advocating on behalf of our district to the broader city council on what's actually happening from like AI in policing. Like, we want to have hearings on those things. Like, how are you using this data? What providers, what checks are you using on the actual technology? There's a company called the Algorithm Justice League that is amazing. And they're a nonprofit that actually will work with local municipalities to evaluate their actual algorithms for bias. So it's not just the data, it's the weighting that they put on how they make these decisions. So like their models, their algorithms, actual math that they're using over rotates negatively towards us. And so I think it's little tiny steps. It's like working, like for me, it's working with Brad and talking to him like at least once a month about like, hey, can you give me a lowdown on what's going on from a technology perspective? Where is our technology policy? Can you explain it to me? And start to like really interrogate these representatives. To be honest, that's what I do. And maybe I'm just an annoying person. I'm probably like, between me and my wife, we're probably the most annoying parents ever. But like, I kind of feel like we have to be unashamed to be very critical and asking questions and just being annoying and texting and emailing all the time. And I think that's the only way to sort of like change. It's like nudging like we're just constantly nudging. I feel like parenting should come with like a nudging handbook. Like here, like that's all we do is just like nudge people every day.
No, absolutely. So Dr. Stamp, she said, this is very useful. She said, it is so tempting even for adults not to use AI. How can we support our children in using AI as an enhancement to learning rather than replacing essential skills? That's a good question, because we have kids right now doing their homework on AI. AI is doing the homework. Everybody from Alexa to chat GPT. I call it chat.
The way I approach AI and enhancements, first of all, it's horrible at creativity. It really, like, we think it's really good at it, but the way the models actually work, it doesn't want to go too far one way or too far the other, so it pushes to the middle. So everything, it's very easy to identify AI content because it's super boring. It says a lot of the same things just repetitively, and it's also like probably wrong like 30 to 40% of the time. So trusting it completely is a problem. But I believe that where it can help is in ways like it's great at following grammatical rules. It's really good at like following sort of whatever rule sets you put into it. But I would say having kids, and I have this conversation with my son too, because he told me about a boy that got in trouble because he was like doing all of his homework on AI and the teachers found out. It was like very obvious that he was, is that you can use it, but you still have to double verify the information that comes out of it. If it gives you a quote, look at the source, go read the source yourself and make sure you understand it, because oftentimes people, again, are over trusting of technology. It's like, oh, the AI said it must be true. The AI actually will say it at the bottom. It makes mistakes. What it doesn't tell you is how often it makes mistakes. In advanced math, most reasoning model, most LLMs will make mistakes like 50% of the time. And so like you can actually have 3 different chats with the 3 different models open, and you can get 3 different answers to the same math question. So it's, again, over trusting technology and giving it this grace that we won't even give to each other. And I feel like that is problematic. And oftentimes where we start to give over our own agency to these tech companies and start to really believe that they know better when they actually don't. And they give the perception of precision in the absence of actually doing the right answer, and so I would say have the conversation that it's enhancement, but it also it's a false precision machine. So like double check it, because if you follow it blindly, you will be wrong.
No, absolutely. And I know I've asked it to look for quotes for me, and the sources they gave me were 404 pages, which means they don't exist. So
exactly.
I'm like, okay, that doesn't work. So,
right.
But Mark mentioned something again, disconnecting is amazing. He said, but it's hard for a generation that grew up on a screen. So how do we get our teens to disconnect, and our preteens even now?
I can only speak personally. It's an alternative. Like if you take away, I feel like you have to give. So my son, like we put our son, he's in sports. He does soccer, swimming. He's does golf. Like we're just constantly doing things. I think if you take what I often see happen is if he has a gap, they fill this gap with the digital, and I feel the gap too. And I personally have had to put like limits on my phone. I check my screen time. The scary thing is that the platforms all know that they're doing wrong, and then they give you tools to actually manage it, but we don't actually engage on that side. And so I think it's like holistic understanding. So with my son, I show him how much screen time he's actually using, and we together understand, like, he's like, wow, how did I end up using, being on my phone for an hour? I was like, I don't know, but like we need to work on actually bringing that down, because there's no way you're in school like 8 hours a day, you're in swimming 2 hours. When do you have this hour? And it's like 10 minutes here, 10 minutes there, 10 minutes. It's like sort of recognizing this behavior, this awareness of how you're actually picking up the phone 32 times, 100 times. Like, it's just like, I think self-awareness on this stuff really becomes important. Almost like like losing weight. Like, it's like, oh my gosh, I didn't even know I was snacking so much, and it's the same sort of like behavioral path.
No, absolutely. I never thought about it quite like that, like digital snacking, huh?
Yes.
Okay, well, that's a good way to look at it. See, Dee Dee said, could you talk a little bit more about what you said earlier about prioritizing joy in AI? What does that mean?
Well, I think prioritizing joy is something that I've taken personally, especially in the recent years of, with Trump being in office, starting to get political and all the things that are happening. It's just so easy. And the platforms, like I said, they actually, and there's studies that they published on their own that talk about the negative reinforcers that they actually promote in their algorithms, because it drives more engagement. Like, we doom scroll more often than we happy scroll. And so it's really prioritizing joyful conversations with people. And prioritizing joy in AI is to me, it comes out in making, for me, because I work in designing algorithms, it's how do we start to uplift positive emotionality? How do we model out authenticity, which authenticity drives a ton of positive feelings and connectivity to the content. Also, for me, joy comes out in ways of managing sentiment. So for me, it's looking at modeling positive content and being able to uplift that in our recommendations. So I think so when I say joy, I think of it as a multitude of things, but also I think of it as a part of that disconnecting and replacing that connectivity with more joyful encounters in real life. So I just want to, I want to clarify that. And just
Okay.
the platforms will not bring us joy. We have to just really come to grips with the platforms are run by corporations that are focused on shareholder value. And for them, shareholder value is your attention, and they want to create habitual connections and attention. And so they're going to do whatever it takes to keep you in the apps, and they're going to also try and take as much data from you so that it can start to make decisions for you. So even what you end up buying from a clothing perspective, your hairstyle, things start to become managed by the algorithm. And so the more you put into it, the more it takes. The more you put into it, the more it monetizes you. And so I think thinking about it in those terms, start to clarify how you should relate to these platforms. It's if you look at it as a monetization opportunity as they do, I think you would make different choices. Okay, why am I monetizing? Why am I being a part of their monetization strategy? Let me go monetize myself, or let me go do something else with my time.
Right. We have another question, but we have 2 minutes left. Larry, do you have a hard stop at 12:15? Because we're going into lunch and a contest, and I can steal a little bit of time from lunch because I think it's such a great conversation. I don't want to just end it with all these wonderful questions. So Horace just said he has 2 questions. The School District of Philadelphia provides Chromebooks for students. The contract with Google allows students to I see you shaking it, access YouTube in school. Do you have suggestions for advocating for better guardrails? And the second question is, do you have suggestions for educational software platforms that have positive content for people of color? And I'm going to.
Lord, I don't. I shake my head because the Google Chromebook debacle has not just impacted Philadelphia, but that's a national issue. Schools made a sort of a budgetary decision and took the less costly Chromebook. But what ends up happening is the Chromebooks are often out of date, and the hardware isn't compatible with software updates, and so it's just not a great experience for kids anyway. YouTube is a nightmare. I am actually very anti-YouTube for 2 reasons. One is their algorithm is the same as social media. It's also looking at ways to captivate and will oftentimes promote negative and negative and emotionally charged content to keep you involved. So, and also it's a hotbed of misinformation, from conspiracy theories to just straight up lies about things. And a lot of radicalization actually happens on YouTube. So one thing I thought oh, YouTube Kids, this is going to be, this is great. And so when I give the phone to kids or the iPad to kids, or we watch it on TV to kids, I do a lot of co-viewing with them. I want to see what they're seeing. And I spend the time okay, even though they're watching, I'm just going to sit there and watch it with them. It's the first video thing, oh, that's kind of funny. The second one, it's oh, that's really weird. And then by the fourth one, it's so extreme, but it's kids. And I'm what is happening? There's absolutely no guardrails on this stuff. And the way that the metadata is actually structured, it's really hard. And metadata is what they use, are the descriptors around the content. It's really hard for us to manage it because we can block out certain things, but the content may not be labeled with those labels. And so it gets caught into it. So I actually limit the amount of YouTube that my kids get, just because it is just such a rabbit hole, to be honest, um, and there is no real regulations around it. It's self-regulated. Horrible story. When I was at AT&T, um, I was in charge of all of our digital advertising, and the Wall Street Journal wrote an ad, an article about my campaign because our ads were showing up in ISIS radicalization videos, and we had all the brand safety stuff, but the video wasn't tagged with it. So the Wall Street Journal was like, "Oh, look, AT&T is supporting through monetization ISIS recruiting videos," and it's like, "Oh my gosh!" But like they had millions upon millions of views. Like there's like so much concealed manipulation happening on platforms that like we really need to be extremely vigilant. Like in the way that we won't let kids watch rated R videos or NC-17 videos when they're not ready. YouTube is exactly the same thing, but it's got less transparency on that content. So like really just double click into that. As far as educational stuff, the only the thing I don't really come across a lot of educational software that's made for people of color. I would love to like do some research on that.
Yeah, but this is a plug for Black Fam Streaming, right?
Yes.
So talk about that a little bit. We'll get back to some of the other things, but this is a nice segue to that. And someone did ask, what does Whoopi have to do with this? So maybe you can.
Oh, sure. Okay, so Whoopi Goldberg is my partner on Black Fam, and she's good friends. We were having coffee and we are just talking about stuff, and I was like, there's no Black Disney Plus. There's no place where we could go and see really cool things that center our experiences in a positive way and introduce characters. So we're creating a platform that is all about celebrating Black families. We're creating new content, and we are relaunching our platform in the next month, and we'll start to make some announcements about the new content that we're offering. But really, it was about, in all my experience in content and technology, there hasn't been a scaled anything for us. And for Whoopi, she felt like her whole career has been about her trying to create these spaces and create some movement forward on the portrayal of Black women. And the best thing about Whoopi is she is authentically herself all the time. And even when she's acting, she brings a lot of herself to it. And we both felt like this is a great opportunity to like do that in a family category, which it hadn't been done before.
Okay, no, that's great. That's great. And guys, look for it. Black Fam, BLKFAM. Now, just go back a little bit. You were talking about some of the software developers and social media, different moguls. But I saw a long time ago that a lot of them won't even let their kids, the social media moguls, especially, have cell phones, as kids or teens. They won't let them engage like our kids are engaging. And I thought that was kind of like hypocritical. Our kids,
I mean, the CEO of TikTok just even recently was like, my children are not on TikTok.
Right. So that tells you a lot right there. That tells you a lot. But Larry, what are the biggest online dangers facing Black children today, and how can parents identify those?
I think for me, there are like obviously the physical dangers where you can get connected to someone you shouldn't. But I think more importantly, what's happening is because of the negative portrayal of our experience that gets promoted, like the criminality, like this falsehood about broken homes, the struggle part of Blackness gets promoted a lot. I think that there's so much inner core damage that like it starts to build up over time. And so it was just disclosed like that TikTok had an understanding. It took 200 video views for a person to make a decision to do something. They could do, 200 video views to make you do something, either buy something or like or follow something or change your point of view of things. So 200 video views. 200 video views can make you feel better about yourself or worse about yourself. And I think in that mix of constant impressions, we start to like really lose sight of who we are, and we start to believe that this reality is real when it's like a cognitive disconnect of like what's actually real. And so I think that's, to me, the number one danger is the misrepresentation of reality, and that just like opens the door to everything else.
Right. I want to ask about privacy settings, because at the end of last year, I was invited to a Meta event in Savannah, Georgia. Now I'm an influencer now, and and they had changed their teen settings and preteen settings to be more safe, for kids. And they had some amazing things that they did. And they have a family center now. But what are some key privacy settings and digital tools that parents should be aware of?
I mean, the number one thing is, I think the number one way to protect privacy is like not letting the kids sign up, like just really managing when they get into it. I believe that teens are better off not being on social media, to be honest. But I would say the number one thing from a privacy perspective is don't disclose. It's really hard, like, because you're either in it or you're not, right? Like, it's not like the falsehood of, and I don't want to like blow up your deal with Meta, but like they put up these veneers of like, hey, we're actually working to protect you, but at the same time, they're not, right? Because in order for their platform to accelerate and continue to be monetized, they need to constantly be collecting data from you. So like they show these like, hey, you can actually toggle these things, but in the background, you have no idea what they're actually collecting on you. And so I think what Apple has been working on is really interesting, although they have a ton of information on us, but they actually keep it local on your phone. Like supposedly, we have, again, if we believe them, they don't aggregate it in a centralized way like a Meta does. Most of the information that they have on me is on my phone, and I can delete it whenever I want to, supposedly. I think those kinds of measures, but you're either in it or you're not. And sometimes it might be just better just to wait to be in it, to be honest. And I think privacy is just such a misnomer nowadays. And it's like, it's kind of like, someone's like, oh, well, TikTok has your data. I'm like, Experian, there was like a huge data breach, like just a couple, like earlier this year. We've just had tons of exposure of our information all over the place, that I think the most harmful part of what we're actually divulging over to the platforms is our behavior, like what we are interested in, what we like, how we actually emote, not necessarily just like, your phone number and your name and like that kind of stuff, but like we're giving them our image, and we're also telling them what kind of image we react to and what kind of people we like to see, and all this other stuff that's way more powerful. So I think staying off of it is probably better than others, but I personally have disengaged. I haven't fully deleted all my accounts, which I want to, but I need to. This is like way back in the day, but need to get those pictures off. But I don't engage really with social media. I know it's like everyone's like, Larry, how can you not do that? I deleted the apps. I actually just talk to people, like that's what I'm doing now, because it was just such a time suck, and such a like, it did not make me feel good, to be honest.
No, absolutely. Now, my last question, then we're going to go to our contest and lunch. We ran over on this one on purpose, guys. So it's such good information. But let's talk about Black children and their self-image and identity for a minute, because what they see, kind of touched on it a little bit earlier, but what they see on social media, and then we just had the whole TikTok lawsuit where they were going to take it down because of the image that, China's given to America isn't what, according to the politicians, what they want to have here. But what about Black children's self-image and identity? What are they seeing, and how can that affect them in both positive and a negative way? Because I see more negatives than I do positive.
Social media and technology is only an amplification of what we actually experience in society and life every day, right? It's just a reflection. I think beauty standards across the board have been so swayed towards what's Western European features and idealized versions of beauty that like we just are so warped. And I think that social media just amplifies that and like kind of codifies it in people's hands. Um, I don't, this is a big question. I personally just, my daughter, she's got curly hair, she's got darker skin, and we just talk about how beautiful she is all the time. Like, it's just about like, I think it's about me and our surrounding in reality, just telling, like, reinforcing that, that we are good looking. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how else to put it um, besides that, but like I think AI, if you type into the any generative model and you say, give me an image of a successful American male, it'll show you a light-skinned guy, fit, who's in front of a house and some. And if you say, show me an unsuccessful American, it'll probably have darker skin, be overweight, and like more aligned to the stereotypes of what we look at. And so I think I guess it's a parenting thing. Like those are how we have to deal with it. It's just managing more of their time than we want to. For me, this is where personally, not professionally, that I've actually gotten into. It's just managing more and more of what they're doing. The apps blocked, screen time limited, and I am willing to take the heat and make them angry than I am for them to be damaged later in life, to be honest. And I think data consistently shows over and over that the platforms are bad for our kids, that unmanaged screen time is as bad as being addicted to any sort of substance. And the trauma that they experience online and in the games is the same as if it was happening to them physically in person. So we think about the inside trauma that's happening from all this negative exposure from platforms. If it were happening in real life, if they were at school and kids were saying these things, it would flip us out. But it's happening millions and millions of times a day, and we're not as urgently trying to remove it from them.
Right, right. Well, people want to know how to connect with you. Do you have a website? I know you're bringing back Black Fam, you said, but
Yeah.
how can they connect with you?
Just Larry at xstereotype.com. Just hit me up anytime. I'm on LinkedIn. Yeah, just ask Janice.
You asked me. Okay, thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you guys so much.
I appreciate you. Thank you for coming on. Everybody give him a hand because that was some great information. Like Larry's giving us so much to think about when it comes to protecting our children in a digital age. Give him some applause, some love. I appreciate it. Thank you again. I appreciate you, Larry. So parenting is a journey. And for many of us, that journey includes unlearning patterns from the past. While our parents and grandparents did the best they could with what they had, we now have the opportunity to break cycles, heal generational wounds, and redefine what parenting looks like for our families today. Our speaker for this session is Dr. Marie F. Stamps. She is an expert educator committed to creating high quality, inclusive settings for young children, particularly within marginalized communities. With over 25 years in the New York City's education system, Marie holds a doctorate in educational leadership, a dual master's in elementary and special education, and a master in school leadership. Currently, she serves as the program director of the Queens County Educators for Tomorrow, educational consultant at the Cook Institute, and adjunct faculty at Brooklyn College. Through her business, Stamp of Approval Development Services, Marie is a passionate parent coach dedicated to empowering families, promoting equity in education, and illuminating Black and Brown folks' brilliance. She is a proud wife and mother of 3 to Marissa, Marcus, and Mari. Now that's Black excellence, y'all. Okay, let's welcome our speaker, Dr. Marie Stamps. Now here we go. Hey, Dr. Stamps, how are you?
I'm Marie today. Hi.
Hi, Marie. Everyone. All right, Marie, thank you for that. All right, we're going to let you get started with your presentation. I'm going to take myself out of here and then you can go ahead and start.
Okay, thank you so much. This has been an I have to thank you, Janice, really for organizing this. This has been illuminating for all of us. So thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm happy to be here. I want to begin by sharing that although I'm the facilitator for this workshop, we're all here at the same space of parenting Black children in a racialized society. And in more ways than we actually know, the history of slavery, oppression, racism, it shapes how the hows and the whys of what we do in our parenting. So to keep that in mind today, and with this limited time, we want to begin to unpack how that history has impacted our own educational journeys and our parents, what they did or what they didn't do. I want to start off with some ground rules first, that every perspective is valid. So whether you agree with me, you disagree, every perspective is valid. We all have our individual journeys. When we are talking back and forth, hopefully we're able to do that there's respectful dialogue, and that this is a pretty sensitive topic. So whatever is said here is not to make anyone feel uncomfortable or judge. We're all doing the best that we can. And we make mistakes, including me. And we have to recognize that we've been raised in a system that has conditioned us to think that we are not doing the best. So whatever you do, to give yourself grace and always give yourself the space to grow. Today's objectives are pretty simple. We have a limited amount of time, so that we want to make sure that we are recognizing that there is generational trauma. Even if you had a great childhood, it exists. That we are able to reflect on our own personal experiences and how they've impacted our journey. We want to explore strategies that build resilience and support the emotional well-being of our children. And that we remember that because we're in this racialized society, that we are always affirming not just the individual child, but the fact that Blackness means brilliance. What is parenting trauma? I always say to my children, my husband is on the line, and I always say, well, you can talk to your therapist about that. Like when they think that, oh, like, what did you do? Okay, well, get a therapist when you grow up. But there is such a thing as parenting trauma, and it actually technically refers to the emotional wounds or the psychological distress that can stem from how we were parented. Some of those experiences we might have internalized as adverse. Some of them were adverse, but it can manifest in ways that affect how we parent today. Those feelings that we might have felt as children of not being heard, not being seen, being inadequate, passing that down sometimes happens just because that's how we're functioning in our individual families and what society wants us to kind of take on. So before we can understand where we are today, I think it is important in this limited time just to briefly look at how some of the trauma, the generational trauma, really stems not from what is inherent to us, but what has been given to us through slavery, through oppression, through racism. When we think about who we inherently are as a humanity, but certainly coming from the diaspora, we are inherently filled with peace and unity, and collectivism is our way. But the harsh and inhumane punishments of slavery were reshaped by slaves, and they passed it on to their children. And it wasn't necessarily because there's a ton of literature on this, so I don't want to get too wrapped up in this, but it was a protective measure that many slaves really seeking to protect their children from what society, what the slave master, what master would do, would discipline their children harshly so that they would be more docile and obedient. And they were trying to spare their children from that. And I think that trickles on even today, that in an effort to protect our children from being harmed by the police, we've spoken about that today, in an effort to creating children that will conform and not not have to suffer at the hands of racism and all these stereotypes, that we impart very strict expectations and harsh punishments. So I think it's just important to acknowledge that that exists, even if it's not in your individual families, but that it exists in the atmosphere, because we are all part of the system. So it's a survival-driven, kind of fear-driven parenting that's passed down through generations, which causes this generational trauma. And then it's compounded by those things like oppression and racism, and that still exists today. And it can look like choosing control over relationship. In a few of the sessions that we've had earlier, I saw in the comments that, yes, like we really want to connect with our children, but sometimes in an effort to protect them, we're choosing the control. We're choosing silence around emotions, like don't speak back, because we are, I have a he's about to be 21, a 21-year-old, and I taught him to really assert himself. And now I want to kind of silence that because I'm afraid for him. So some of those same fears they still exist today. The strict disciplines that we have, the strict rules that we have are really to protect our children. But sometimes in the worst scenario, it manifests as, they internalize it as abuse or trauma. And it can be traumatic. What I see as traumatic is not what you see as traumatic. And it leads to fear and insecurity and poor attachment and sometimes low self-esteem. So again, this is not to shame any one of us. I'm guilty of these things too. I say, oh, don't yell at your children. And when I'm at my wit's end and I want to make sure that they really understand, I'm yelling at them. So some of our parenting decisions are based on how we were parented, but it's important for us to recognize that our parenting affects our children. And one of the biggest things that I work with families on is relationship. We are the very first model of what they should expect. We are setting the bar. And if the bar is that when you want to speak, I silence you, that's what they will expect in a relationship. Or to the extreme, that when someone is upset that they can hit you, then that's what they'll expect in a relationship. We set the tone, we set the stage for how our children expect to be treated. And one of the things that, I always question when I have a response is, what would I do if someone else did this to my child? If someone else were to yell at my child or scream at my child, how would I respond? I'm professional, but you will see like Marie from 19 come out, right? So if we do not expect, we would not tolerate anyone treating our children a certain way, then we should not do it ourselves. And in order to begin to break the cycle of trauma, we have to reflect. And sometimes reflection is just so painful. But we have to tap into our inner child and revisit what happened to him or what happened to her. Like us, our parents were really doing their best, but in what ways did they shape us? I can share my personal experience. My mother is passed away now more than a decade. She was a tough Caribbean Haitian woman. And she taught me to be strong. And for a long time, I really valued that. Like, I'm a strong Black woman, but at what cost? I was never able to express how I was feeling. And because of that, I've always suppressed my hurts or my disappointments. And I've chosen anger, because a strong Black woman is an angry Black woman. Not necessarily, and actually not often at all. But that is what I internalized. And I was not able in many relationships to express hurt and disappointment, but I was great at anger. And I had to unlearn that anger is not powerful. Anger is an emotion, but it's not powerful. It actually is more powerful to say, even to my children, you hurt me. That's not something that I ever heard from my mother. You hurt me, like my feelings are hurt. I didn't even know she had feelings. Or I'm disappointed. It was just like, you're in trouble and here's the consequence. So I want to, and maybe you can help monitor this, are there any practices, again, this is a safe space, we're not judging one another. Are there any practices from your own child that you'd want to keep? Our parents did a great job too. We're all here, by the way. But are there practices that you would want to change? And if you want to drop that in the chat and share. Okay. And I know it's like right after lunch. It's been a long morning, an insightful morning, but a long morning. But if you think of anything that you'd love to keep from your childhood, share that. If there's anything that you think that, like, how could I break a cycle? Whatever that cycle is in my family, what would I do? Physical spankings, right? Thank you for financial literacy. That's a big one. Yes, staying silent when I'm upset. All of these are so important. But if we're not recognizing that that's a cycle to be broken, then we will never get around to it. Thank you for sharing, those of you that shared. And, this is something to constantly process. Many of us grew up in those homes where children should be seen and not heard, and some of us not even seen, like, go to your room, right? So we have to break the trauma of silence about emotions. And I think this is particularly interesting in Black boys. I just shared my experience in terms of my mom not wanting to, I was not allowed to cry, not in front of her. But I saw it even more for my brother, that, getting a physical spanking, and he was not allowed to cry. Like, why are you crying? Because I'm hurt. So children need to feel safe to express their emotions without punishment and without dismissal. Oftentimes, and I am so guilty of this, we are doing so many things that, my child will say, my youngest daughter, especially, the youngest one is always the one, right? So she will say something like, that really hurt my feelings. And I'm like, well, what are you talking about? Like, that 1, 2, 3, we have to go. But in order to create those spaces, we have to make the time. We have to create spaces where children feel that they can come to us, not just in the moment. And I think a few panelists mentioned that not just in the moment that we are, answering questions, responding, but that we're creating the space that children don't have to be in trouble, but they can come to us and share their feelings. The other piece of this is that we have to model self-control. The only way that we can, expect emotional regulation is by modeling it. Children learn through observing. So we have to consider, what is it that we are showing them? That when we don't like something, am I raising my voice? Completely guilty of that. Am I raising my hand? Am I dismissing you? Am I shutting you down? Going back to that idea that we really set the tone for the relationships that they're going to have in the future. And it seems silly, but I have learned to adopt it, that you have to have practices with your children in terms of what emotional regulation actually means. And emotional regulation sometimes means walking away, and stating, right now, I'm feeling very frustrated with you. I don't want to raise my voice, and I want us to have a good conversation. I'm going to take 10 minutes. And that 10 minutes is the difference between kind of yelling at your child and sending the message that your feelings are not validated. Then I know that you're feeling frustrated too. I'm frustrated. Let's come back together. I need a moment. Deep breaths. When my daughter was younger, we would practice with her, take a deep breath. And, if you're a kid, you go, but actually practicing with them that we would meditate together. A few of you mentioned this idea of meditation, that there are ways in order to regulate yourself. And you don't have to wait until you are 48 like me to figure out that, okay, I am feeling a feeling. I feel it in my stomach. I feel it physically. Let me release it. In our very first panel, Dominique mentioned this idea of, really letting emotions out through physical movement, we did that. Like, let's do a yoga position. But if we don't teach it, it doesn't come naturally. So it is one of our roles is to teach children, teach them directly how to emotionally regulate. And, I know that there's a lot of memes on going back to social media on gentle parenting and how ridiculous is gentle parenting. And it doesn't mean that you're allowing this little, I saw a video with gentle parenting, that the mother saying, don't do that, honey. And he's like kicking her in the face. That is not it's not us. That is not what I'm suggesting. But emotional regulation, um, it's not, it doesn't equate to lack of discipline. It means that discipline is actually well thought out, that we are guiding our children, that we are engaging in meaningful consequences. When I was younger, it wasn't meaningful consequences. Let's say I didn't do my homework, I got a beating. They're not even related. Meaningful consequences would be that, okay, well, tomorrow you can't do X, Y, and Z at the time you're supposed to do your homework because you're supposed to do your homework. A child breaks something and you told them not to play ball in the house. What do they have to do? They have to clean it up. And sometimes that's hard for us, particularly how we've grown up. And because we are suffering the remnants of slavery and colonization, and those harsh punishments, we believe, and I have believed this too, that punishment is that it's a punishment, where a punishment is really a consequence. What do I do to reshape this behavior? Instead of placing fear into my children. I think it's really difficult for us to reconcile sometimes that I would rather be respected than feared. We don't want our children to fear us. Remember, we're setting the tone for the rest of their relationships. We want them to respect the people they're in relationship with, not fear. And in the end, I think it's really about maintaining relationship. I have a workshop called Rules, Right, and Relationship. Which parent are you, right? And at the end of the day, I always want to examine, one, was my rule appropriate? Is it more important for my child to follow the rule? One, is it appropriate? Do I need to be right? My mother always needed to be right, even when she was wrong. And I live at least half of my life like that. Like, I'm right. So I'm, digging my heels in. Or do I want to choose relationship? And I think the crux of all of what we do for our children is that we want to be in relationship. We want them to be successful, but we want to be in relationship with them. You want children to be, that is one of the number one predictors of success, that you have had a good parent-child relationship. So we want our children to be resilient. And, I sometimes struggle with this word because when you use words like resilience and grit with Black children, it somehow will say to whoever is the audience that, okay, well, we've got to be stronger. No way. I actually don't believe in that at all. But when I think about resilience in a parenting relationship, it's not about being tough or suppressing emotions. It's about being able to help our children navigate through those challenges, and that they're able to feel secure in themselves, that even if I'm having a frustrating feeling, I'm able to be secure about who I am. So again, creating that home environment where children feel validated, that they feel seen, that they feel heard. And because society is so dismissive of how we feel, we want to affirm them individually, but we also want to affirm them culturally, to affirm their identity in Blackness. That even though they're going through a challenging situation, that they should be really proud to be Black, and that they come from brilliance and the resilience of our ancestors. So it's important for us to highlight to our children those Black leaders, past and present, within our families, within our communities, and illuminate for them that they really come from a place of complete genius. I always want actionable steps for folks. So I think it's important to make reflection a daily habit. I ask my question to myself, like, Was I intentional with my interactions with my children? Did they feel seen, heard, loved is important? Did I respond with patience today? Sometimes, we all have these moments with our children where we're human, that they are just so frustrating. And I can say, you have frustrated me, or this is frustrating, but that I am able to communicate in every way with my actions, with my body, in what I'm saying, that you are unconditionally loved. I often left, experiences with my mother thinking, well, does she even like me? That is one thing I say to my children. I love you, but I like you. How important is that, to be liked? Like, I love you. I have to love you. I have to feed you. But do they know that they are liked by me? That creates security. And then to reflect on, I want to go back to the very first session of the morning, self-care. And self-care, as the panelists said, looks so different for everyone. But when I haven't engaged in self-care, whether that's enough sleep, whether that is too much social media and news, whether I haven't even had enough water, it affects how I parent. Because don't catch me without a cup of coffee. So we want to make sure that we are engaging in daily self-care, self-love, so that we are able to respond appropriately to our children. And then, of course, you want to connect with community and support systems. Again, Janice, I absolutely cannot thank you enough for putting this together. I think we all needed it. I was thinking, okay, I'm a presenter, and I'm like this the entire time, just like, oh my gosh, this is such a wealth of information. So, in immersing yourself in communities that really can support your parenting journey, that can help illuminate for you all your wonderful qualities, seeking out support when you need it. We all get frustrated as parents, and sometimes it's so overwhelming that you need help. Some of us need to really unpack in a very methodical way what happened to us as children. I am such an advocate for therapy. It is the best. And if you need it, it is not a sign of weakness. We have been told that, but that is not accurate at all. And if you need parenting, join parenting groups, connect with a parenting coach. Hello. So you want to make sure that you have the support, that you can handle the difficult times with your intention. One of the things that I say to my parents, my teachers, my children, and to myself, I want my actions to match my intentions. So if you are reflecting every day and you're finding that your parenting style or how you're responding to your child is not matching your intention, then you might need additional support. And I know that we have a limited time. So what I wanted to do is I do this with my parents at my place of work and with the parents that I work with, that I think it's really important for us to write down exactly what it is that we want to see in our parenting. So create a parenting vision statement for yourself. And I'm going to say, let's take 2 or 3 minutes, even though it could take hours and hours and months to develop exactly what you want, but to write a vision statement that describes the legacy that you want to create for your children. So here's an example of the one I had from last year. I will create a home where my children feel safe, are seen and heard, feel valued, and above all, experience unconditional love. And sometimes it takes knowing, what did I miss out on my own childhood that I want to make sure I impart? Or what did I experience in my childhood that I really want to make sure that is passed down for generations and generations? So I'm going to ask us to take like a minute or two. I'll stay silent. And if anyone wants to drop in the chat what their parenting vision statement is, then we can share that, and then we'll open it up to questions. And, you can continue like really thinking about it. I see a few here. I'll create a home where my grandchildren feel comfortable coming to me with anything and knowing that they will not be judged. I'll create a home where my children feel heard and understood. Um, and you can continue to drop it in the chat. But given that we only have 15 minutes, if anyone has any questions, specific questions, please drop them in the chat or open up.
Absolutely. Oh my gosh, what a powerful discussion. Thank you, Dr. Marie.
Marie.
Was Marie? Marie, okay.
Yeah.
Breaking generational cycles is not easy, but conversations like this help us to not only reflect, but grow and create a new path forward for our families. So I want to thank you for that. We are going to open up the floor to questions. This is your chance again to engage with our speaker and gain deeper insights into the strategies that she shared here today. And if you have a question, just drop it in the chat. Who would like to start us off? Okay, here we go. And if you put a question earlier in the chat and it got pushed up, copy and paste it again so we can see it and get to it. It's gone now. It's way up there. All right. Let's see. I'm just going to read this. I think this is a question. Let me look. It says, first of all, well done, Dr. Stamps, all of it. The brilliance of our ancestors walk with us and within us. Like versus love is so good. We discussed this in our home. I love you all and will always do the necessary things for you, but I actually like you. I think this is the statement. My children now appreciate that as they get older, finishing her vision statement. That's beautiful. That's absolutely beautiful. So I know you guys are finishing up your vision statement. So while you're doing that and your mission statements, I'm going to ask you some questions.
Sure.
Okay. So what are some of the most common parenting traumas that get passed down in Black families?
So I have a lot of parents that say that they really go from 0 to 60 immediately, and they shut down their children's crying or when they're expressing emotions. And that is really this is why I think it's really important to practice things like the emotional regulation and to have that at the forefront of your interactions with your children. To know that if I'm at that 0 to 60, I'm going to say, I need 10 minutes so that we're not doing the very things that we don't want to do. I think because we responded, my generation responded in a way that, okay, once your emotions are shut down, you zip it up, that we expect our children to do that. This is a different generation. And they want to get their emotions out, and they should be able to express their emotions. And when I am working 3 jobs and I'm making dinner, I may not feel that your feelings are valid. But if I take that 10 minutes and remind myself of how I felt when my emotions were shut down, I'm going to listen. So this is why we absolutely have to practice the emotional regulation for ourselves, because that 0 to 60 is real. And I know it.
Absolutely. Now, someone did ask earlier, I wrote it down, but what about sports coaches raising their voices at your child? What about that?
Shut it down.
Shut it down.
I know that is difficult. My husband is on the line. He might actually disagree with me. But I do not want my child to accept any disrespect. It's no different. So that's a relationship. Your sports coach is a relationship. Your teacher is a relationship. My children do have an understanding that no one is to raise their voice to you. And, I have a sensitive one too. So she might say, oh, well, but he told me to run laps. That's very different than, you didn't try hard enough. And if you are able to muster up the courage, it does take a lot of courage to say to the coach that you want your kid to play. But to say to that coach, do not yell at my child. We're working on something. There's a reason why you have that child in sports, to build their confidence. When a coach is screaming in your child's face, can you imagine? And I've seen coaches do it, like just scream into a child's face. That cannot build confidence.
Right.
Yeah.
Someone said, can you talk about the cultural traumas that can also be passed down? You mentioned you had a Caribbean mother, and she said she struggles with this coming from a Nigerian father.
It is really to sit in with the pain that you experienced. I really had to do that. and forgive my mother, but also pinpoint what it is that I do not want to pass on. In my home, my father had he was in the home. He's still in the home. We take care of him. But he did not speak to us. And that's part of like the Haitian culture, that the mother is a disciplinarian, the father just, he's not necessarily in relationship with. And I had to identify that that is not normal, or that shouldn't be normal. It might be normal in a Haitian household, but it shouldn't be, because I know it left me with feelings of inadequacy and not being cared for, or maybe my father didn't like me, and that my mother was always angry with me. So when you start to pick apart your own, they call them ACEs, adverse childhood experiences, when you start to pick those apart, it's not to, minimize what your parents did. As I said, we're all here. So we're working with some sort of, we got where we were supposed to be. But that doesn't mean that every practice was helpful and that it supported your emotional growth. So it is to go back to your own childhood. Sometimes it's through therapy, sometimes it's through journaling, sometimes it is just kind of sitting with yourself to identify, well, what is it that made me feel small? I don't want to do that. How do I break that cycle?
That's great. Great answer. Esther said she thinks a lot of what you spoke about is about heightened self-awareness to help with our growth as a parent. What are some practices we can adopt to expand our self-awareness to grow as a parent?
So I think, great question. I think the self-awareness has to start with self-reflection. You can't actually become aware until you reflect. So it is at the end of every day. When I started recognizing that I needed to change some of my parenting strategies and practices, it was about every day going back to what is my intention and writing out your intention. If my intention is that my children are seen and heard, then did I actually see and hear my children? What did I hear? What did I see? Did I validate it? And answering those questions. How did I feel about doing that? And sometimes I felt like, oh, well, you're a horrible mom. That's not what the practice is for. The practice is really so that tomorrow I can be better. One of I say to every single family that I work with, we must give ourselves the grace to say, okay, today I did not make I'm sure this week I did something to my 13-year-old and I had to go back and say, Maury, I'm sorry I did that. So giving yourself the grace to acknowledge where you can improve tomorrow. I did not grow up in a household where anyone ever apologized to me, but remember, we're modeling relationship, going back to your children and saying, I'm sorry that I yelled at you. And I said to her, actually, this did happen this week. I said, I'm sorry about the tone. I shouldn't have yelled at you. Everything I said is accurate, but I should not have yelled at you. I don't want anyone else yelling at her. So those types of self-awareness is about the self-reflection after an incident and before anything starts. At the beginning of the day, what is my intention for my relationship with my children?
Right. I think you're absolutely right. And it's important that we are able to look at ourselves and apologize. I think that's super important, not thinking that we have to be so controlled that we're too big to do that. We need to say we're sorry if we made a mistake, because you're modeling it for them to do, like you said. And, I always get in debates on social media with parents who's like, oh, spanking was good for me, it's good for my kid. And I'm like, well, first of all the studies show that doesn't really work, right? We're just teaching the kid to be afraid of punishment. And what happens is we're tired, we just want to stop the behavior right away. And yes, it does stop the behavior right away. It's not going to stop the behavior long term necessarily, but it will stop it right away. It takes a lot more effort to do gentle parenting. And like you said, not where they just in your face getting away with everything, because no, that's not it. But there's consequences for your actions, right? That match what you're doing, like you said earlier. So it's easy and fast to pop against the law as well. But it is. But and there's people say, oh, there's a difference between spanking and beating. Sure, I'm sure there is if you want to define it, but you don't know what's up here in people's head. That's relative. So let's not go there. And I always tell people, what if somebody hit you like that? How would you react? And how much bigger are you to this little person? How does that look? They're usually loving you unconditionally. But imagine being in their little eyes and seeing this giant with a weapon, a belt, whatever it is you have coming at them. And, there are better ways we know now to manage it. And only because you're tired. And guess what? This is what I tell everybody. They remember. Tell me you don't remember.
I remember.
You remember. They'll come back and tell you when they're adults, because I have adult children, what you did wrong. And a lot of times you'd be like, I just was doing my best. Of course you were. Of course you were. But, and it don't have to be with spankings or anything like that. It could be with anything, because you're going to be wrong about something and several things when they become adults. Let me tell you. All the things you think you did great, they're going to be like, not so great. So
see your therapist.
Right. You're like, what I do? Anyway, but yes. So, they remember. So keep that in mind. Let me see. Go ahead.
And, Janice, you mentioned this, people think like there's a difference between spanking and beating. There is such a fine line between that you're not sure. The day that you haven't had your coffee, the day that you are stressed to the max might be the day that spanking turns into a beating. So you want to be really careful with that. And, the other thing I want to remind us is that we won already. Sometimes it's a power struggle. You're the parent. You won already. So you don't actually have to puff up your chest, and you control almost everything. So we want to remember to give our children the space to have some control, so that there isn't a constant control and power struggle between you and your child.
Right. And, as humans, we tend to hurt the people we love the most, whether you know it or not. And so
they'll accept it.
Right. And that time you're out of control might be that time that you really hurt your child. Matter of fact, police will tell you in adult situations of domestic abuse, right? Not saying abuse, but just domestic abuse in this case, just give you an idea. When someone's choked out to death, is a crime of passion. They loved that person, right? But they went a little too far because they were emotionally involved. And so, not saying you would do that as a parent, but it just shows how you can still love someone and hurt them, or even in that case, take them out. So if that's the extreme, when you're spanking, you're mad as I don't know what, you might go a little too far. So it's best to avoid that and find alternatives, that actually match what you said earlier, match the crime, if you will. So that way, they learn something from it. How many times have we said as adults that, if you didn't learn something from a negative experience,
right,
then you pretty much going to go through it again. But, what's the point, right? So, but there you go. And then I always think about that. And, I had to learn the hard way. My kids first, that's all I knew was spanking. When they were really little, and I took early childhood, I learned a lot, grew. I see how my grandchildren benefit from the conversations and how great their vocabulary is from it. I mean, these are all the benefits, and they are becoming their own adults. And it still cracks me up. Okay, this is probably grandma moment. I have my 4-year-old granddaughter. You know how you go into a store, and I'm sure all of you've done this, and you'd be like, it's all these delicate things. You're like, don't touch anything. I recently did that to my 4-year-old grandchild. I said, don't touch anything. And she just as cute looked up at me and said, I'm going to touch everything. I'm going to touch everything. And I couldn't do anything but bust out laughing, because that's her personality.
Right.
I'm going to touch everything. And so I understood. I was like, no, maybe back in the past, I'd be like, no, whatever. But I had to laugh, and you do grow and learn. And I realized this is her little personality. And do I want to squash that? If somebody tells her not to do something that's not harmful, really, I don't know if I want to squash that attitude. But anyway, we're running out of time. Guys, have any last minute questions for Marie? All right. I'm going to ask you, we have 3 more minutes. Another question, really quick. If no one has anything, did I miss anyone? I want to make sure I didn't miss you. Okay. I love all of the mission statements here. Or I don't know, I'm sure what you call them. They're really great. What are some of the key differences between past and present parenting styles in Black families? Some people talked about it in their in the chat, but what have you seen some of the key differences are?
So some of the key differences are definitely a decrease in the physical, the physical kind of consequences, like being hit or spanked. However, I think that what I've noticed pattern-wise is that sometimes when there is a decrease in the physical, because we're all like, oh, we don't want to, as you said, I don't want the police to show up here, that the verbal kind of consequences, the emotional abuse, like the verbal abuse, actually is amplified. Many of the parents that I work with, it's not because they are physically hurting their children, but they recognize that they are really verbally abusive and just not emotionally available. So they're shutting their children down. Not that I was able to talk about my feelings or express them, but parents have said to me that, they will not hit their children. They know that, beating was really painful for them, but they recognize that, our parents didn't my parents didn't talk to me. I just got a beating or whatever. That they are more verbally abusive, and that we have to really pay attention to. Not only are we their first, we're setting the tone for their first relationship, we also are the folks that they're looking to confirm their identity. The home is the first place that you're affirmed. Yes, there's society, and we have all these deficit-based constructs about Black children, Black boys, Black girls, and how they, behave. But at home, that is the first place that you are affirmed in your identity. So if you are so upset that you're using language like, that was stupid, or you're stupid, or that's clumsy, or you're getting whatever it might be. And, to us, we might think like, okay, I'm just upset in the moment, but they are internalizing that. So one of the big differences with the parents that I work with is that I think the harsh words, right? Mm-hmm. So the harsh words are internalized more than a physical spanking. Yes, you're physically hurt. You remember that. Those harsh words are internalized. And even though I did something stupid, now I think I'm stupid. So we want to be very careful with the language that we use. Again, that's why it's really better to model that social, that emotional regulation, walk away, gather what it is that you want to say before you say it, because you can't take it back. You can say, I'm sorry, but you can't take it back. I was led to believe that I was like dumb. I mean, she would like, oh, how could you do that? I would get A's and A minuses, and my mother would literally say, oh, 99, don't, like, you're not so smart. And to me, and that was out of protection. She really wanted me to be like the smartest, not recognizing that she had sacrificed some of my confidence by doing that. So we want to be careful that when we are upset, that we are using the language that still conveys, I believe in you. I believe you're competent. I know, one of the things with rules, when children break rules, I always say the only reason why I have that expectation is because I know you can do it, rather than saying, why did you do this? And that was dumb, and that was stupid, and I'm so upset. But I'm frustrated with you because I know you can follow the rules, that we have some confidence in their competence.
Right, absolutely. Well, we're out of time, but I wanted to thank Marie. Everybody give her a round of applause, and claps and virtual claps and all of that stuff, all your love. We had a great session, so thank you, Marie. We unpacked a lot of baggage. Appreciate it. That was good baggage that we needed to unpack. So thank you again, and hang around. We got some more good stuff coming. If you like what you heard today, I want you to be sure to sign up for our waiting list with the Black Parenting Academy. It's blackparentingacademy.com. We have our last panel, our last educational component for today, which is raising neurodiverse Black children navigating autism, advocacy, and access. And for that, we have Esther is joining us back on the stage here. So let me bring you up. And we also have a couple, Jamil and Tracy Samuels. Thank you so much. I'm going to give you guys like 2 minutes to introduce yourself. Esther, reintroduce yourself for the people who just joined us, and then we'll go to the Samuels.
Well, my name is Esther Dillard. I am a journalist with the Black Information Network. I'm also an author. I won a 2024 Gracie's Award for my work at doing a series called Black, Autistic, and Safe. And it was basically talking to parents about what they do to prepare their adult autistic children when encountering the police. And it was something that was on my heart because my son was a middle schooler at the time when George Floyd was killed. There were a number of young Black children that were on the autism spectrum that had been killed by police recently. And it was on my heart as to what do I do when it comes to my child, because he was getting closer to that time where you have to drive. So I wanted to hear from them what they did to help prepare their children. And it was very enlightening because I had been looking around for books and for resources to find out those kind of answers, and I just couldn't find them. So that conversation not only won me an award, but it helped me to connect with those parents, asking them more information about how they raise their children in terms of going to school, getting them prepared for jobs, how to date, all those things that that a lot of parents who have neurodiverse children they struggle with. So that helped me to create a book called Raising an Autistic Young Adult, and that is the reason why I'm here to not only to share my experience as a journalist, but my experience as a parent, and to hopefully inspire others to continue to share their stories because I believe that storytelling and connection is one thing that will help each and every person who's whether they are Black, whether they're white, whatever, helps them as a parent in their journey.
Absolutely. Okay, the Samuels. You can pick who wants to go first. Ladies first, though, Jamil. I'm gonna hold you to that. Wait, I can't hear you. It says you're not muted. Okay, say something.
Hello, hello.
Now I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tracy Ann Samuels. I am a social worker, advocate, and I'm also a parent to a teenager who's about to start driving. So I I feel everything that you were saying. My heart is in my chest. You know, I thank you so much for allowing us to be a part of this panel. We are also authors. Go ahead, Jamil.
Yes, I'm Jamil Samuels, husband to this lovely lady to my right, your left. Also a father to a teenager on the autism spectrum. I'm a writer, an advocate. His journey made me an advocate. I had no idea about what autism was at the time he was born. So this journey has really educated me. And this is why we're here. This is why we go on our journey to spread information about autism. We are the authors of several children's books based on our son. And I'm also author of 2 adult novels about fatherhood, one speaking about raising a child on the autism spectrum. So we're very proud of the work and we're happy to be here.
And I was going to say, you also have a cartoon, though. Can you talk about the animation a little bit? Let's not leave that out because I'm going to tell you why. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, one of our children's books are animated, absolutely. So we're very proud of that because, you know, the animations are based on our son, and it's a Halloween picture that he took years ago as a 7-year-old, and just to see it come to life was very, you know.
Well, earlier today we had Larry Adams. He has it's mostly animation, Black Fam streaming. So that networking needs to happen there between you. That's why I said that. Okay, let me go into it because raising a neurodiverse child comes with unique joys. God knows they give us a lot of joy and challenges. And for Black families, the journey often includes advocating for access, resources, and understanding in spaces that may not always be welcoming or inclusive. And as parents and caregivers, we must ensure our children receive the support they need, not just to navigate the world, but to thrive in it. So we're going to dive right into this conversation. I still want you guys to take notes, prepare your questions. Let's talk about what it truly means to advocate for our neurodiverse children. And if you don't have a neurodiverse child, this is very helpful when you experience someone who has a neurodiversity. So let's talk about it. What does neurodiversity mean so people understand, and what conditions does it encompass? I'm going to start with Esther.
Well, my research has determined that neurodiversity is very multifaceted. A lot of people think that it's just autism, but it includes a lot of things under the umbrella of autism. That can mean ADHD. That can mean a person who is has dyslexia. That can mean a person who's like Amanda Gorman, who has auditory processing disorder. There's also many different facets of autism. So I wouldn't say one thing is autism. And if you've met one autistic child or one autistic adult, you've met one autistic adult. Everyone is different. Everyone has different strengths. Everyone has different weaknesses. So being able to enjoy the community of those who are parents who have children on the autism spectrum and get to know people who are children on the autism spectrum, so you can get their points of view, because every point of view is important for you to become a better parent, a better advocate, a better communicator within your community.
Absolutely. Okay. Do you guys agree with that one? That's a good definition? You know that? Okay. Well, let me ask you then, both of you, what are some common signs of neurodiversity that Black parents should look for in their children, and how early can they be identified?
I think just the overall communication, answering to their name, eye contact. Those are some of the things I remember seeing in my son. And as a social worker, I'm seeing these signs and I'm like, there's something wrong. But we weren't on the same page. I said, no, I'm seeing these signs. I see that he's flapping, he's stimming. I'm seeing all the signs, but the parent side of you are trying to say, okay, is this really the sign of autism? But it's important to get a rule out. As I always tell parents, it's important if you're seeing certain signs and your gut is telling you something is wrong, it is important to get a rule out, because early intervention is key. And oftentimes we tend to miss the window for early intervention.
Right. What I saw in Trey a lot was echolalia, like repeating certain words. So that's something to look out for. Sensitivity to certain noises, visual sensitivities, like to rice grains on the TV. He would run out of the room if the TV would suddenly go to rice grains. So a lot of that stuff at the time, I didn't understand what that was, because when he was a newborn, an infant, he was babbling. He was hitting his milestones up until the age of 2, and then flat affect. So as a dad, you don't want to think anything's wrong with your child. So I didn't know what autism was. So I just chose to, think, okay, put him in school and he'll, integrate into the school, the classroom, he'll meet new friends and the language will come, but it never happened until we got the diagnosis.
Right. Esther, you good with that answer?
I would say that for me, my son also had echolalia. When he was really little, he would just repeat words over and over again. So if I said, "Hey, Nicholas, how you doing?" He'd say, "Hey, Nicholas, how you doing?" And he would just repeat things over and over. And a lot of my relatives would say, "Oh, that's okay. He'll grow out of it." And I had to take my own gut feeling. And I would encourage every parent to listen to other parents who who have children on the autism spectrum, as well as listen to your gut, because a lot of times your gut will tell you that something is not quite right. Nick also loved to loves spinning and spinning and spinning. For me, the diagnosis didn't happen until about 3.5, 4 years old. And that was pretty much the window that a lot of people say that is the best time, I guess, by that time to at least get your diagnosis, or before that. But a lot of Black parents, according to at least one of the psychologists that I did that had done research on this, Black psychologist mentioned to me that a lot of the research shows that Black parents do not get their diagnosis early because they are not getting the access to those professionals quick enough. And a lot of times they are discouraged by their relatives who say, don't do that because you're going to, stigmatize your child. They're concerned about old adages where individuals were worried about whether or not their child would be stuck in a classroom that there are studies that show that Black children or Black male children were often put in special education classes when indeed they were not anywhere that needed that kind of help. They were just having disciplinary issues. So I think that this is an issue that people have to understand, that when you have your child and you have a gut feeling about it, don't ignore that gut feeling, that to go for it. And I'm so glad that I did, because it helped my child with his development, with speaking, and also helped me as a parent be able to navigate.
Absolutely. Now, I have a 5-year-old grandson who's on the spectrum. And, I'm a person who was trained in screenings, developmental screenings and assessments. And it wasn't until he actually stayed with me for a week that I realized he's on the spectrum. And I knew it. I knew it. He wasn't hitting his milestones, even though you said he was up until a certain age, and then he didn't. And I knew he was frustrated by not being able to speak and say what he wanted to say, right? So when I shared this with my daughter, she was more receptive than the dad was, right? So I want to talk about that denial a bit. But they did get him tested, and because he's getting early intervention, he just took off. He's speaking of a storm now. Matter of fact, he was telling me about continents he was looking up on Wikipedia the other day. So, and he's 5. So, let's talk about that denial that happens in families. And I'm going to let Jamil take this since you mentioned it earlier.
Yeah, the denial is serious because, Trey, our son, is our firstborn. So for me, it's like, okay, firstborn son, you think of your legacy, you think of heir to the throne, so to speak. You think of a child is going to grow up to be like you in your image, and you think about all the things you're going to show them, and then you find out, oh, something may be wrong. You don't want to think something's wrong with your child. So for me, and I, of course, combine that with not having information about what could be wrong with him and not knowing the signs and symptoms, it's a recipe for disaster and delay in diagnosis. So what I tell a lot of dads, I had to, first off, I had to apologize because we butted heads, my wife and I, because she saw the signs and I was just like, no. So
and there's still legacy. And
right.
That's what we have. There's still legacy.
I understand that now. But then I was scared. You get scared. And then, Black men, we have issues with sharing our feelings and our emotions. Yeah. We take fear in different ways. We're supposed to be tough and no. So like I said earlier, putting him in school, I was like, put him around other kids to be fine. And what I was doing is I would pick him up every day from elementary school, from pre-K, and I would look to the teachers to tell me if there's an issue, or how's he doing in school. And I wasn't getting clear answers. And it wasn't until later on I found out that educators are not inclined to share that information because they're not medical professionals. And 2, they're afraid of the reaction of the parents if they tell them there's an issue with their child. So, But at the time I was looking for answers through the teachers, and there weren't any coming. So eventually it was his kindergarten teacher that, told us that, I think you need to get him looked at. She was the one that invited me in to observe the classroom, and I saw him wandering away from the group. In his own world, he was stimming. And what really changed, impacted me was seeing him in the cafeteria and, seeing kids take his school lunch and he not having the ability to tell him to stop, to say no, and this was a daily occurrence apparently. And when I saw it, I stepped in nicely, I said, that's not yours. And the little girl looked at me like I had 3 heads, like, we do this every day. Who are you? Where did you come from? So this was happening. And, it goes back to the frustration you spoke of about not being able to speak and not able to communicate, so he was frustrated. He would come home and he was a picky eater. So that's another symptom for families out there. Yes. He wouldn't eat. He was very picky eating, but at dinner time, he would clear his plate. So we were like, wow, he's really hungry. And this is why, is because he wasn't eating lunch because they were taking his food.
Mhm.
So when I saw that in person and combined with the kindergarten teacher's advice to get him tested, I finally got on board. So my advice I give to Black men when I talk about this is to remove your own personal feelings from the equation, because the longer you stay in denial, the more you keep your child away from getting the services he or she needs to turn around from, to get better, to
Not even
move
get better.
forward.
It and it also it breaks up a home. A lot of people don't understand a diagnosis of autism, of it often breaks the home. It breaks the family, the bond. We were at odds. I'm a social worker. I see what I'm seeing. My family's saying to go pray. And I'm like, okay, I am praying. I feel like God is giving me these tools. I know what I'm seeing. So his kindergarten teacher was my saving grace, because the doctors were telling me to wait. I'm educated, have a master's degree, well trained, but everyone was telling me to wait. And my gut is telling me something is wrong. Thank God for the kindergarten teacher and my sister, who was actually a special educational teacher at the time. She's like, Tracy, something's wrong. And everyone around me is telling me, go pray, go do this, go do that. But once that kindergarten teacher called, I grabbed my child, said, thank you, Jesus. Someone finally co-signed it, what I needed to see. A doctor was telling me no. So parents, if your gut is telling you, rule it out, get that second opinion. Families are going to be at odds, but we missed the window. So that's why we do what we do now. I don't want another parent to go through missing that window of getting that early intervention, getting that early services. Trey was 5 and 6. He already missed all that time getting what he needed, those resources, to thrive. So yeah.
That early intervention is everything.
It is key.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Esther, what do you think?
I was going to say, I echo a lot of what she has to say. Well, for me, it wasn't that I was denying it so much. I was in the beginning denying it because my in-laws were basically telling me, don't need to do that, don't do that. But I could not get him in a preschool. Why? Because my son was extremely always moving, circling, darting off. I actually had to put a leash on my son, and I had a lot of people tell me they were angry at me for doing that. But when I put the leash on him, it was when we were in situations where we were in the park or we were in a mall, because I would have nightmares because my son would take off and I would have to get out of my shoes and literally run because he was fast as I don't know what. And I would have these nightmares about being on the subway and him going out those doors and the doors closing.
Right.
And I would wake up in a sweat, and I was like, that was my nightmare. So, and for a lot of the elementary preschools, they would not accept him. They told him after one day, I would put him in and they'd say, you'd have to take him. We cannot deal with him. And it was because for me, when I was home, I was at the time taking care of Nick while my husband was at work. And usually I was a working mom, but I couldn't work because Nicholas was a different kind of child. I would teach him by sitting on the floor. I would teach Nicholas sitting on the couch. I wouldn't teach Nicholas wherever Nicholas wanted to learn, Nicholas would learn. Nicholas could read by, he was 2.5, 3 years old reading.
Yes.
He would read the signs and people were like, look at the kid. And he would just read it off the thing. He was reading.
Mm-hmm.
I knew my kid was retaining, but it was not the same as what the milestones were saying. So I had to get a diagnosis.
Yes.
I was constantly on the phone. I was calling. I was in front of people. I need this kid diagnosed because I can't get anybody to help me. So I had no preschool anything until I got that diagnosis. Then I could get him into a program. Other than that, and that is what a lot of parents who, let's say, if you're working and you're dealing with this, that's a hard thing to do, to coordinate that while you're dealing with your child who's all jumping on everything
Right.
and doing everything at the same time. So again, I would reiterate what the Samuels say, trust your gut. If you feel that there's something wrong, and don't ignore it.
I co-sign that. I really do. And you segued into an interesting point. Well, first of all, the fact that all of them were reading at age 2, even though he had limited communication. I remember him looking at the Popeye sign for Popeye's chicken, and he said, "Poppy, yes." And we looked at him and like, if you break it down, we're like, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. It does say Poppy, yes. So, but he now he knows it's Popeyes, but he was limited in what he would say and was frustrated, but he could read it too. And we didn't teach him that. He learned that all on his own. So we still don't know. We're mesmerized. Like right now, his kindergarten kids, they're doing numbers 1 through 10, 1 through 20, and he's doing multiplications. I don't know how he learned multiplications. I'll just walk him through and be like, "What's 4 times 3? 12." And I'm like, "He's 5." So I don't know. But I love that we don't know. It's pretty amazing to me. But that leads into trained teachers because he's in an integrated classroom. And we had the same situation that you had, Esther, where we put him into preschool. And one day they were calling us to come get him because one of his triggers was kids crying. And he would tackle them if they cried. That's how he managed to deal with the emotion. Yeah. But he's a big guy for his little age, and he would tackle them. And so, they can't have that because other parents are going to complain. Of course, and I would too if it was my child. You just tackle my child. So, here we are. We're in Atlanta, and we had a hard time finding resources, but we did for people who might be in that area. We found a place called Hope Bridge, and it's a therapeutic preschool program. It's like a preschool program. It's more therapy than preschool, but it's set up like preschool, and the hours and everything are very similar. So, and that really helped him from age 3 to now, when he went to kindergarten. So again, early intervention, but that says for a need. We have a need for trained teachers, like lay teachers, to have this specialized training on how to deal with neurodiverse children that I don't see happening. I don't see it. Do you all agree?
Yes.
Okay. Because I've been thinking about this for a long time. And I even thought about we need to get a school and training and actually have a specific school for children like this.
Well, they're now introducing professional development because we actually did a professional development.
Great.
For a couple of teachers, and we were doing a role play. We're doing interaction of how do you disclose a child's abilities? How do you deal with a child? How, working with the parent, being a team, understanding their diagnosis. Oh, he has a behavior problem. He's frustrated. He's nonverbal. Wouldn't you be frustrated if you can't say your needs?
Right.
That empathy, understanding what that child is feeling. He can't say what he wants. He can't verbalize.
Mm-hmm.
At the time, we didn't have devices. He wasn't able to put in and type in something saying, "Hey, this is what is going on with me. I can't express that someone is taking my food and I'm hungry. And now I come home, I'm frustrated. Mm-hmm. I'm tearing up the house. The parent don't know what's going on because the delay was so long. It would take him like 2 weeks before we know what exactly happened. So it's important for that empathy, for those teachers to empathy, and also for the parent. The parent is coming in and you're giving her all this information and she's becoming aggressive. I don't want to do this because of whatever is going on. You also got to know what's going on in the home. She's not going to tell you what's going on in the home. She doesn't want to get her child tested, but just understanding, meeting that parent where they're at, so it's so much. It's such a dynamic that really needs to, it needs so much work,
Right.
Yes.
And like someone, go ahead.
I'm so sorry. The educational setting is very important because it took 5 different schools before we got Trey into a setting that was conducive to his learning. Mm-hmm. We would put him in one school, the class size was 35 kids, he got lost. In another school, the teachers didn't know how to handle his behaviors. Mm-hmm. So it's very important. The school that he finally got into was in 2nd grade. We had 4 teachers, 2 teachers, 2 paraprofessionals. The class size was 12 max. So each child got the individualized attention and it's key. You can zone in on what type of, ability does this child have, because they could be high functioning, they could have other needs, so it was very important. Once he got into this particular school, he was thriving. Mm-hmm. And it took a while. Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And, I see that, this training is necessary. Someone said on the chat that it needs to be ongoing. So I know from my grandson, another trigger now more so, he gotten over that trigger of kids crying, but it's taking his food. He really likes to eat. And so he didn't get to finish a snack one time and he spit on the teacher aide, right? And so they got into physical altercation where he threw the chair at him. Happened one time. When it came to do his IEP, his individual educational profile, which you guys know, every kid that's kind of in the special ed system has this plan. They wanted to put on there that he was violent.
Yes.
A little Black boy.
Yes.
And I was so proud of my daughter for saying, no.
Absolutely
Triggered
no.
him. That's because this goes on their record forever, by the way. So, you know, you triggered him. This happened one time. So how many, I want to hear, you guys are nodding your head first. So go ahead, the Samuels, and then I'm going to ask Esther about your experiences with this.
Was in an IEP meeting. We're doing a transition and they put aggressive Black boy.
That hurts.
I said, aggressive? Trace is known for his smiling. Very happy child, loving. An incident happened and that became who he was. And I was like, absolutely not. This is why it's so important for you to know your rights in your IEP meeting, to know what can go in your IEP. I said, this will carry with him forever. They said they would remove it. But then now that school that we finally got had this aggressive Black boy on it still. The lady said she wanted to interview. The principal wanted to interview Trey, and she calls us up. She's like, I'm not understanding your IEP because this child that I met doesn't match what's in the IEP. He's so sweet. He's so loving. It says aggressive. I said, but we asked for that to remove because that was an incident. He couldn't verbalize, and then he got frustrated and an issue happened. And she says, I'm going to give you a chance to come to this school. It's a state-funded school. There wasn't a lot of us in the school. The behaviors, you can't go into that school if you have behaviors. And she said, I'm going to give him an opportunity, a chance. And I'm thanking God because I'm like, this child is the most loving. You see a big smile, always smiling, but that aggressive was on his IEP, which carries a weight on this child's life.
Yeah, explain how and how far it goes with them. You said
it goes far because when you're transitioning to other schools, your IEP is very important. Your placement, what services you get, it weighs heavily, even when you're doing your transition and your adulthood, like certain day programs and group homes, all of that, it weighs, because they're asking you to bring all your information, all your paper. And if that's still on it, no group home, if you're doing community living, all of that is on you. You're going to be known as this aggressive person. So when you got into your adulthood, even though, they tend to look at it and don't really do, but this is who you're labeled at. Who's going to get, or how are you going to get housing, independent housing with this label of being an aggressor?
From time you were a kindergarten kid, but I'm going to let you talk to Esther. But this is the thing. And if they get in trouble with the law, because we've seen that lately,
that's a whole nother
children, they look at that INP and says, it's right here.
Yes.
They're aggressive, they're violent. So something that happened when they were 5 can impact them for life. Talking about the preschool to prison pipeline. But Esther, please tell us your experience and what you know about this.
Well, I know that for me, when I was just starting with Nicholas in his kindergarten, and it was kindergarten pretty much, I remember that there was a lot of issues with the teachers and such because their special education program was not as advanced as the one that I'm in now. Yeah. And I was pushing to get him into the public school that had a specialized program for kids with autism. Because Nicholas was a kid who would not respond in the way that they wanted him to respond. They considered him, they wanted the docile kid. My kid was not docile. He was going to tell you no, and I don't think that I need to do this. And they would say him as combative, one which will talk back. Now, for me, I wanted him to be able to express himself because Nicholas at first could not talk for himself. Yes. He was echoalic and he would just repeat. So for him to be able to articulate and say what he wants, I was like, yes, he is going to say what he wants because that is something that I want him to be able to do. So a lawyer told me, it was an advocate lawyer for special needs, and she said, every single conversation that you have on the phone, every single IEP, every single email. You respond written. You write back what was said in the phone call, how you responded, and how they responded. And you make a complete paper trail every single time you interact with any teacher, any administrator, any person who interacts with your child. This will create a paper trail. And that paper trail was the thing that helped me move my child from that environment because they were fighting me on moving my child to the other school um, before I started doing that because they thought I was a lawyer. As I would say, I would do everything. This was before AI. I would take everything that they wrote and would say, you said X, Y, Z, and X, Y, Z. And I responded this and this and this. And we said that they would do this and this and this. Please respond, da, 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 da. So they thought that I was a legal advocate. And I wasn't. I was just following what the lady had told me how to do it. And I would put timestamps on it and I would put the date and everything. So they began to get kind of upset and kind of fearful. Oh, Miss Dillard, yes, we will respond. And finally, I was able to move him from one school to the other school, which gave him a 12-person environment, 12-student environment, where they understood for this particular child how to deal with my son. And it's been a blessing because he's grown from the kid who would run out of the classroom. They had to put him in with a classroom with a teacher who ran track. He ran long distance running. Yeah.
We can catch him.
Put him in a special class. The teacher was long distance runner. So if he took off, he was going to catch him.
They do take off, don't they? And they short the ground. It's hard to catch them, man. And so we did
he
the
said,
little
well,
Prince thing
this guy
too.
runs like 12 miles, he throws marathons. So he will catch him eventually.
Okay, I love that.
So that was one of the things that I was concerned about because Nick was a runner. He'd run. But they have helped him over the years where he is now in band and able to interact with all the kids. He's in mainstreaming. Now he does need additional help, but those additional helps along the way have helped him to grow and has helped me keep from having a heart attack.
Good. I'm proud. I'm happy for you. Okay, let's address this. What are the biggest myths about neurodiversity that need to be debunked, particularly in Black communities? I'll start with the Samuels. What do you think are the biggest myths?
That they don't have feelings.
Oh my God.
They want to have friendships. I might get emotional with somebody that they don't want to have friendships.
We can't hear you. I mean, just turn it up. But I heard that they don't have emotions is what I heard, right? They don't have feelings. Just speak up, I guess. I know you're getting emotional, but so that everybody can hear you.
That they don't want to belong, that they don't want to have friendships. Sometimes they said that can you hear me?
Yeah, it's very low for some. It got really low. It was good before. I'm not sure what happened. Try again. Yeah, I can hear you well. Yes. Go ahead, try again.
Friendships, developing friendships, that they can't be loved, they can't be touched. Yes, some of them don't want to be touched, but my son, he was overly, hugging. That the things that you say to them, if they're nonverbal, that they're not understanding or feeling the things that they're saying, that you're saying to them. Oh my God, there's so much. It's really hard. This is why we do what we do, to just allow them to be looked at in a different light, imploding, being a runner, how do we address those? He's running for a reason, having those assistive devices to address imploding. It's not that he doesn't want to learn. They're incapable of learning. Someone told us that he's incapable of learning or thriving. Now we're looking at colleges. He's getting ready to play a musical piece for a college audition where we were told that he would never speak, never go to college, never that. No. I tell parents when they're telling you no, don't allow that no in your ears. Don't allow that no. And for us as parents, we're so caught up in our denials. I tell those parents, I say, you got to mourn that child you envisioned that you were going to have. You have to mourn them in order for you to have the next step to really work on your child. God has given you a great gift. Some parents might not think that, but that little boy taught me how to be patient like no other. He taught me patience. He taught me how to advocate. Like I don't like being in the public forefront. Even though I'm a social worker for 26, I don't like this. It's not my forte. But I had to become that parent. I had to get out of my own self and say, okay, yes, they can be loved. Yes, they do want to socialize. Yes, they want to be invited at a birthday party. So it was important for us to create our books to say, hey, this is the image that you're being told that they can do these things, but this is the way that they communicate. They're flapping their fingers, they're spinning, they're happy. That's them showing you, that's their form of communication. So there's so much. Go ahead. I'll be here all day.
She said it too. Okay. Absolutely. Well, and I'm going to ask you too, Esther, about the myths, but I guys had my little stories in here because, my grandson, I just enjoy the way he thinks because it's so different and the perspective is so unique. I mean, little things like I used to live with them. I recently moved out and he saw me at my mother's house and he didn't know I was coming over and he ran to me, Grandma, you were missing. And I just grabbed him and I was like, oh my God, I was missing. Things like that. There's little things like, my fiance is, he's a coach, so he's pretty bulky, built up, with the muscles and stuff. And so early that day, we didn't know that his mom had given him pizza with spinach. And he didn't want to eat the spinach. She said, you got to eat your spinach to get muscles. Keep that in mind, right? So then he sees my fiance. He runs up to him. He says, hey, so you ate your spinach today? He's like, and I'm like, do you smell like spinach? Because I don't know what's going on. And I'm like, what? And then of course my daughter explains it. But the way they think, Poppy, yes, is such a blessing and so refreshing. But I want to get back to the myths. I have to tell those little stories because I'm just so proud, but I can't help it. But Esther, let's talk about some of the myths that you've encountered.
Well, I think that because Black children are not focused on in the media when you show people on that are neurodiverse or the autism spectrum, that a lot of times people they don't see us. They have this vision of Rain Man, or they have this vision of a particular type of person, which doesn't look like your child. And so when your child is exhibiting certain behaviors, and that's what a lot of people that I interviewed when it came to safety, they're seen as a threat because they're big, they're Black, they're not, they're something that they consider as a threat. So I think that those are some of the things that are kind of attached to our kids. And that's why we as parents have to be good advocates for our children so that they aren't put in a box. I'm so glad that she said that talking about the evaluations and having that negative words on those documents and being able to refute those and having them removed and saying something about it, because speaking up will help your child be able to have more success in the future, especially when they go on to higher learning. I have found that the higher learning space, at least with my research, now it's 1 in 36 children are now diagnosed on the autism spectrum, which means that I believe about 50% of children have some type of connection to the autism spectrum that are in public schools, according to research. But those students who do go to college, and many of them do go, when they do go, only 30% of those, or less than 30% of those, actually make it through college because they're not getting the kind of supports that they need. And many colleges are going to have to reevaluate how they look at support and what that means, because a lot of times their support is just extra time on a test, or perhaps a little bit of a different, a longer time on a test, as opposed to any help with other things that
Mhm.
many kids on the autism spectrum need. But that's a whole different subject. But I just kind of thought, I just kind of went on a tangent, so I apologize.
No, it's on our forefront because this is when we were choosing schools. We chose schools that had the supportive services, not just the time. Show me what you have to support him as an adult. And all the schools that we chose, it wasn't just the academic longer time on an exam. It was more the supportive, the communicative, socialization. They actually had a program that was embedded into that program for children who had autism. So it is there's so much resource out there, but with this new DEI and what's going on, you have to be fearful and you're worried about how is this going to impact now his education because certain services are now being removed. How is that going to look like for him? I tell parents, I said, I'm not worried. I'm praying about it, but I'm still going to make sure I'm advocating. I tell parents, try to get yourself trained in different things. Services are being removed. You can be a speech pathologist. You can be their OT. You can be everything. Get yourself trained in the different areas that your child needs. Okay. Don't depend on a school or depend on outsiders to give your child those services. Get the services within your home. So I'm worried, but I'm just praying. I say, okay, God, we're finally here. And now what? So it's important to know your resources. And this is why this forum is very important because we're speaking about it. Oftentimes we don't know the information. We don't talk about it. Right. While their community is having these conversations. They're getting everything. And also, I want that seriously emotionally disturbed label that is placed on our children instead of the autistic label. And I remember the psychologist said, well, based on his behavior, because of that aggressive that was on the IEP, we think he should have an SCD diagnosis instead of an autistic diagnosis. I said, absolutely not.
Explain to people what that is, though.
They're going to just
SCD, it's like behaviors, when they act out the outbursts, it's called seriously emotionally disturbed. Their behaviors, they're acting out, they're defiant, all those different things fall on that umbrella. But right. So instead of saying they're autistic, they're becoming frustrated, they're frustrated, they can't communicate, they were ready to give him an SED diagnosis. And I said, absolutely not, because that's the population I work with. And you're not going to, but how many other people that don't have the knowledge end up with that diagnosis of that SED instead of the autistic diagnosis? Mm-hmm. So it's a lot. It's a lot. And we just got to keep fighting for our kids.
That's right. Esther, do you want to?
Oh, it kind of took my words when she said that they wanted to change it. Like, who decided to make the change right in the middle of everything? How did they make an evaluational change that quick? That's what took my thought. But you have to be an advocate. You have to be able to speak out in terms of knowing what the research is saying, knowing what the terms mean, oppositional defiance. That's something that when your child is trying to advocate for themselves, then suddenly they're labeled oppositional defiant. That is not necessarily the case. So you need to make sure that when someone tries to put that label on your kid, that you're able to, one, know what it is and say, no, thank you. You're not doing that. So I applaud you, Samuels, for doing that.
Absolutely. Well, this has been such an eye-opening and powerful conversation. Understanding how to advocate for our neurodiverse children and ensure they have access to the resources they need is essential for their growth and success as they become adults. Because that's what we're working toward, is to make sure that they can be, productive adults. And we want people to recognize that, to treat them, fairly, because, we've seen so many nightmares in the news. So, I think everything you said here will help our parents to do that, to understand how to fight, that you need to be outspoken. But now we want to hear some questions from you, the audience, the people who are here listening. This is your opportunity to ask questions. So I saw a few things in the chat that I want to start with. I have to go back a little bit. Let me see. So what happens, like Lucy said, yes, and if our children are smart, they're considered okay. However, some of our children mask, as my son does, and he doesn't like the autism diagnosis. Let's talk about masking a bit, because I know We have a story in Successful Black Parenting magazine about especially girls, especially teenage or preteen girls will mask their autistic behavior, and there are signs for that. So who wants to talk about it first? Okay, go ahead.
I'll talk about it because when Trey was diagnosed, I was terrified about having another child, and my child is a girl. And I was monitoring her. I mean, I was obsessed with her because, you know, with girls, they said it presents differently. It presents differently. And I just kept on watching certain her behaviors. She's like, one day she's turned to me and says, Mom, why are you always watching my behaviors? I'm not like Trey. I said, well, you know, I know, but in girls, it's later. You know, it's harder to diagnose in certain behaviors and certain things. And I had to disclose what I was doing, you know, really explain to her what I had to explain to her because she's noticing me, you know. I'm saying, but you're doing this behavior and you're doing that behavior. She's like, Mom, I don't have an autistic diagnosis. And I had to be very mindful of me watching certain behaviors because they go undiagnosed later in life, and it's masked as them, you know, certain behavior, their behaviors tend to mask more because they tend to diagnose boys than girls. I think it's important as parent that we disclose our child's diagnosis, have that conversation. I know some people don't like the term autistic because even our child, he tends to turn it back on us. Well, I'm autistic, so I can't do certain things. I said, absolutely not. You're not going to use that against me. He tends to use that very much. Well, I'm autistic. I can't. I said, you're not going to try me with that. I said, but you're capable of doing stuff. You might not do it right away, but you're still capable. You still have the capability. So for him, he doesn't like the term, but in order for you to get services, that's what I had to explain to parents. You do have to have the label, but it doesn't define your child. It doesn't define who they are. But in order to get your services, they have to have that diagnosis.
Can someone explain to people who might not know what masking is? Would you like to do that? I'll be real simple with it. I'm not the expert, but I know from the article that we did is that basically they'll try to fit in, and it's like and they won't kind of lend to letting people know that they're having some difficulty, but you'll know because they'll be considered the awkward child or the awkward kid, or she's just that, you know, awkward Black girl, you know, just like on television. So but they have some socialization issues as well. So there's different signs. So if you want to learn more, we do have an article about autism in girls in Successful Black Parenting magazine that goes into that. But what do you know about that, Esther?
Well, because I have a boy, so I'm going to come from a boy's perspective. He does not like he never liked the term autistic until we started to really work with him. And it was over time that, you know, because he told me even this morning, because I explained to him, I said, look, I'm going to be on this forum talking about autism and talking about my book and everything else. So don't get upset. Oh, I'm not upset. Dad talked to me about it. I'm autistic. So, you know, he's getting more open to what it is, and that we explained that like Ms. Samuel said, that it doesn't define what he can do or what he can't do. What it is a diagnosis. He accepts it as what it is. And we have kind of worked through it day by day. I think that's what each parent has to do because every kid is different. But masking, definitely, he does not. He wants to be just like the other kids. That's why he pushed so hard. He wanted to be mainstream.
Right.
It has been a journey, difficulty in being able to kind of navigate things. Some things Nix is really, really good at, and some things he needs a lot more help in. And we've had, they help modify some of the testing and things that he does for his, for the curriculum so that he may not get as many questions as many of the other kids because gets more time to digest the information and explain what things are. that's part of it. He wants to be just like the other kids, so don't modify it. He told me, don't modify it. And so we let the teachers, we talked to them and said, oh, why don't we give him an opportunity to have it unmodified so he can understand whether or not he can handle it, and we'll see whether we can handle it. If not, then we'll move back. So those are things that we had to kind of like coordinate and work with. And every parent is just going to have to kind of work with their kid in terms of how to deal with masking, because masking is it's a thing, because they, you know, it's about peers and trying to be in high school and with all the other kids, and that's a part of school, you know, and that's a part of socialization. I want them to be socialized. I want them to enjoy other people and being around them. But and understanding where he stands in that, and learning how to deal with it is it's just part of life.
Right.
And I just want to
go ahead.
Sorry. I think it goes to building their confidence as well, because and that goes with, you know, teaching the other kids, you know, giving information to the other kids. When we do our in-school visits, you know, it's mainly for kids who are not on the spectrum, to show them that these are kids that think differently, but they can do everything that you can do. You know, Trey loves to play sports. He plays, you know, soccer, he bowls, you know, he loves music. He plays 4 different instruments, something we learned later on in our journey that, you know, helped with his stemming. So it's just like normalizing, you know, in our children's books, we don't say autism by name until we did the sibling book, the Sensationally Super Sandy, because we didn't want that, as my wife said earlier, we didn't want it to define who he was. We didn't want to say he was autistic. We wanted to show that he can do things that other kids can do. And it's important that other kids accept children who appear to be different, and adults as well. One of the triggering moments for me was in the soccer field, and you know, in our community, where Trey saw a dragonfly, and he had a moment. He had a meltdown from a dragonfly. He was running with the other kids, and all of a sudden, the dragonfly came, and he just went the other way. And there were adults on the sideline laughing at him. Not kids, the adults laughing. You know, and we being the parents, you know, my wife, she was on the field. She was ready to tear someone up. But, you know, we had to conduct ourselves accordingly and reel them in. But, you know, it was just sad. You know, you expect the adults to be adults, you know, be more, you know, empathetic. We used empathy earlier. And, you know, it goes to, you know, issues in the supermarket where you see someone behaving badly. Going on this journey has made me look at those situations differently. I'm not assuming that child behaves badly. I'm assuming that, you know, the parent needs assistance. You know, is everything okay? You know, I'm more in tune to come up and like, you need help, or, you know, instead of just standing back and laughing and then pulling out of my phone and like recording, oh, look at this, you know, we need more empathy. We need more education in terms of what autism is, and kids could be brutal. They will point fingers and laugh. So it's up to us to let them know, like, okay, this is why this person acts like this. This is, you know, so they want to be loved. They want to be involved. They want to be friends as well. They want to socialize. Allow them, you know, inclusion, diversity and inclusion. We talk about inclusion a lot in our events. So, you know, I think that's really important. That's an important dynamic that needs to be spoken about more normalized. Like,
I agree. And you know, you were talking about all the wonderful things your sons are doing. Tony in the audience, he was talking about isolation. Like, do some parents keep their children isolated, and that's heartbreaking. And you know, he had some negative experiences with that. Esther, can you talk about that? Talk to parents who might be isolating their child and keeping them from experiencing these things, wonderful things like your child is experiencing.
Well, I know that with many of the kids, the parents that I spoke with, at least 2 different parents who their children were on the autism spectrum, who had severe challenges. They keep
Sorry,
that.
Tony's a girl. I'm sorry. Tony's a female. She's like, go ahead. I had to correct it. Go ahead.
Keep their child safe. They had to put special locks on the doors, make sure that they connected to different people in the neighborhood, just in case their child got out of the doors. So it was a safety thing to keep their child isolated. And they would take them out in places. They weren't keeping them from interacting with folks, but it was a safety thing in order to keep their child safe. So I get that. As far as for my child, I did not necessarily keep him isolated, but because school was basically the main outlet for him, though. I don't do a lot of play dates unless, of course, I'm there. I don't allow him to go over other people's houses unless I'm there, because I had a bad experience with one individual who kind of betrayed our trust. And from then on, I just said, I will not do that because I don't want to like later on have to go to therapy because my kid said, Mom, you left me there and this person abused me. So I think that in many ways, parents do things like isolation, not because they want to hurt the child, but it is definitely to keep the child safe. That's where
Yeah.
I'll keep it.
Yeah. And I think that's a fair question. We have 2 minutes left, but Samuels, can you talk about that, the fear of your child being abused because someone doesn't understand that?
Well, I'm a social worker. So even now I have that fear. He goes to this cooking program. It's an awesome cooking program, but I'm still telling him, I said, there's good touch, there's bad touch. Don't go to the bathroom without daddy being there or coming there. Go to the bathroom before daddy leaves. Certain things I am very fearful. I'm still very fearful of it. Even if he's in an after school program, we have a whole conversation. And sometimes he's like, Mom, I know by now, no one is going to touch me here. And I said, okay. It is terrifying because it's not just physical touch, it's verbally abusing them, telling them words that are inappropriate, letting them feel that they shouldn't be involved. It's a lot. I was like the mama bear that wouldn't send him anywhere without me. He wouldn't go anywhere without me. But I had to let go because I noticed he wanted to socialize more. He wanted to be a part of friendships and building friendships. So I had to let that mama bear go, but I had to give him the information and I had to ensure that he understood what the different type of abuse can be. And if you're feeling bad and it makes you feel a certain way, it's you're feeling right. Don't let anybody tell you, no, it wasn't an abuse or it didn't happen. I said, no matter what it is, it's okay for you to come and tell mommy and daddy. And he's like, Ma, you have to have those open conversations because sometimes we think they don't understand. And even if they're nonverbal, you can have those conversations with them. It is important to have those conversations. The hiding away of children, I have dealt with a lot of parents who don't because of the shame. Some of them have shame. They don't want to bring their children in public. Wow. And I have dealt with a lot of parents. I have counseled a lot of parents because of that stigma. And I'm telling them, listen, you go out there, the child has to learn their environment. Inclusion cannot happen for your child. I said, God forbid something happens to you. How are they going to know the society they live in? So I have counseled a lot of parents who did not go outside with their kids. They went from home, work, and school. They did not socialize with other people. But socialization is important. It builds, you see your child in a whole nother way, and it allows you to work on those social cues that needs to build them when you're not there. So yeah, I have counseled a lot of parents around that.
Well, thank you for all of you for addressing all the different things about neurodiversity. I hope everyone learned a lot. Give them some love, guys, because the stories and everything were just wonderful. Send them some applause, some hearts, some love. Thank you so much. All right, guys, that's it. As we wrap up, don't go away yet, though. As we wrap up this incredible event, I want you to take a moment just to sincerely thank all of you, everyone, our attendees, our dynamic speakers, our generous sponsors for being part of this transformative event. Your engagement, your questions, your willingness to learn, just being here and to share what makes this conference so impactful. So the conversation doesn't end here. Again, if you're looking for ongoing education and support, a community of like-minded parents, be sure to sign up for the Black Parenting Academy, blackparentingacademy.com. The waiting list is up there. Just put your information in. And to our attendees, you invested time in learning, growing, and connecting today. Now take that knowledge and put it into action. Continue advocating, continue building, continue pouring into your children and community. And I want to thank you again, and we look forward to seeing you at our next event.